Welcome to episode 3 of Ethauntia Dark Tides. A little recap for what has been going on. We have done a lot of stuff with downtime, and on top of doing things with downtime, we have also added a ton to the story. Last time we played, there was an attack in the city of Tides and Akata, and they fought their way up of an air tower in defense and escaping the city after sending their ethergraph message back to New Bolivar. And today we're going to be taking place in the top of that tower, the same tower that we played in last time, except it's been refurbished and cleaned, at least the top floor. I mean, they had to. They shot cannons through it. So they had to repair a lot of this. And in this place that has been furnished with nice chairs and a few cabinets and pieces they either scrounged from Merrifield itself, pieces that were not destroyed or haven't been stained by the tides, or they've brought stuff here from New Bolivar on the Whisper. The Whisper is re-landed a few days ago now, parked at the top of the air tower. Repairs have been done. They've brought back a few people. And currently, the amount of people who are in Merrifield are equivalent to how many people follow the stream. So I think right now we're at 63, 64 people. And that right now is how many people are on the stream and how many people live in the city. So as more people show up, the population will grow for this city. And I decided on doing this because I wanted to not only encourage people to follow, but I wanted a metric that would work that shows growth in the city equal to us growing as a fucking stream. Sounded like a great idea. And that's what we're going to be doing. So today we're starting at the top of the tower. And in this tower, there is a rounded out room that the walls have been taken down. It has been rebuilt into a slightly larger chamber than we last saw. So I'll move this over to the map here. Let me find. I think it's the air tower. We'll go to the air tower here. Let's remove a few of these dead bodies, and let's remove all of these. Goodbye. Terry can stay because Alan or Oliver has went through and cleaned all. He's cleaned all of the top of the tower by himself after his crew had told him, "Nah, bro, we ain't helping you."
Wow.
So can't imagine why that would have happened.
Oh boy.
Oof. Big oof.
I mean, you know, he did his best to make everybody happy, but it didn't turn out the way he wanted.
Wasn't good
So,
enough.
Good enough. I mean, I'm going to move this because I can't grab this piece. What? I want this water to go away. There we go.
Wow, there goes the
There goes
The
the
neighborhood.
empire.
No. We're still good. I just pushed it to the back.
Okay.
Oh, you. I see you.
a sandstorm blows into the tower. We don't know how the sand got inside or where it came
I
from.
fixed it. We're good. I had it fixed earlier, but that was a previous map. So at the top of the tower, we're going to use this room down here, which I will fix on the other view as well. That is the top of the tower. This is where we will be having our conversation tonight and what's going on. Make sure that everybody has all of their characters ready and has their tokens on the map, so feel free to drag them down here. Yep, you got it. And we have new tokens as well, everybody. So the artwork is the stuff that Todd's been doing for us, and I just decided to make us a little bit more professional. We'll move this for you so it lines up more. Go.
But you drank the name of your character, right? It's not.
Yeah, you're on the screen 3 times.
Oh,
Boom.
sorry, it's not showing me. I'll have to.
You're even large. I even sized
Show
you.
me any-
The only one that's not on here is Voss.
No, I'm there.
No.
I'm slowly moving down the tower.
That's the wrong image.
No, that's the right one.
No.
Yeah, it doesn't have the
a
border
frame.
though.
Oh.
I already did all that. Voss, did you play with this? No, you
No,
didn't.
I didn't do anything.
You just grabbed the wrong part.
I
That's all it
don't
is.
know how to do things. How is it my fault?
You just
There
grab the
you
name and
go.
drag it, my friend. Here you go. I got you, boo. Terry, I will bring Terry down here. Terry can be here for this conversation. Here's Terry. So in this area that is enclosed off, there's a set of stairs that come up in the far corner over here. The elevator still comes up off the backside as well. And in this room, there is a large desk with an old map of Merrifield on there that is destroyed, decayed, and watered out. And there is a cartographer that is there sketching out the new version of the city. Slowly getting it ready to go.
Yeah, I don't
So-
see me. That's weird.
I don't see you either.
What do you mean you don't see you?
My
Todd's
There,
Yeah, I don't
token
see
icon.
his
Homework.
token.
Yeah, there. Token.
Are you there now?
No.
No. Alas. Years
I
back.
can see everybody.
am I in
Everson
the wrong
layer,
panel?
maybe?
Layer?
Nope.
Everson's got
I'll figure it
a
out.
ring of invisibility.
I'll figure it out.
Look
None
out
generic.
for the 10-foot
Everston all-
automaton that is invisible.
There you go. You're on the
Go
right
for
layer. Everything's good. You're on the token layer. Everything. I'll delete you again. Here, I'll even refresh because this page doesn't matter if I refresh it.
We got Jin.
He doesn't matter.
Yeah, but he's here.
And we got
He's-
Terry.
He's holding the camera.
All right. Well, I'll get going. Don't worry about it. So in the room with the table and the chairs, the air marshal, Douglas, is not there. He is currently seeing the field medic that you guys have on the ship, making sure that he is doing okay, checking his autonomous parts, making sure that the bleak is not spread on him. And then Terry is here. He has gotten back messages, a bunch of them actually, from New Bolivar about what is going on. And this is kind of that first meeting after everybody has shown back up. So, the tablet's there with the map and the cartographer and everything that's going on. I guess what I would say to the party, what I want to start with, which is different than what we normally do, is Alan, does Oliver want to explain his recent findings? And then Everston, you probably want to talk about yours from the side quest as well, specifically the cat.
So, I've been going through the ship's holds, doing inventory stock as to what we have remaining. And food rations are down. We only have about 5 days remaining. Took a dent to our jugs of alchemist fire and holy water. But more importantly, does anyone know where the hell a coffin came from?
I'm sorry, what?
Or why it's in the hold of the ship?
I'm sorry, there's a what now?
There's a coffin.
Is there anything in it?
I didn't check the coffin to see if there was anything in it.
Why the hell wouldn't you?
Alone. Not knowing the arcane methods that you know, Voss. Why would I open the lid of the coffin not knowing what's inside?
Was it daytime?
Does it matter if it's inside of a ship?
I mean, yeah. At least as far as I know it does, if we're talking about what we're all thinking, vampires. Where is the fucking coffin now? Is it still there?
I didn't touch it from the hold of the ship. It's still in the hold of the ship.
Right.
We're not opening up a coffin right now. Okay, we have more important things to worry about, like the fact that there's 5 days of rations remaining.
You're right. I mean, if we don't open the coffin and there is a vampire there, then that might fix itself. There'll be less of us have to eat them. That doesn't make any sense at all, love. What? No.
I mean, you would get eaten by vampires. I'm kidding. We should definitely investigate the coffin, but what is that like the worst part of your news, Hastings, or is there anything else that's happened?
That's the worst part of the news. That and the crew doesn't listen to me anymore because, you know, the engineer fiasco.
Losing the respect of your crew? That doesn't sound good.
Oh, that is definitely a blow to... Yeah, it's a blow. That's a blow.
Yeah, Henry was a good man.
That's the reason why I've been, you know, imbibing.
Well, you might want to slow down on that because you don't have any food to soak it all up.
That's fair. So food or the coffin first? Which are the two?
I mean, like I said, I was kidding about not worrying about the coffin. We should definitely investigate it. I think it was a good idea to not do it on your own. Anyone else have anything urgent, like a mysterious coffin that needs to be investigated? Anything else that crazy that needs to be put on the table?
Nope. Not me.
Terry, did you find a monolith at the post office?
Hey, what was that? Did I find a what? And he like looks up and he's got a bunch of tiny containers with spirits that he's like listening to and then writing stuff down. What was your question? Sorry.
Being facetious. Because there's a coffin in our ship. I was hoping you had worse news than the coffin.
Well, I guess the only thing I really have to say is I got a shower. I'm clean. I'm alive. And I have some bad messages.
Okay, why not? What are the worst messages? Or bad messages?
And he puts 3 containers down with spirits swirling in them. He goes, well, first one here, Margaret, she tells me that her family is trapped here, that she would pay us money for finding them. That's the first one. She didn't leave any more details, but I do have the ability to send the spirit back. It is their grandmother, I think, that is running the messages for them. So that's the first one. After that, Margaret, there's one from a True Faith priest. I don't know how much you want to hear that one.
We should probably listen to all of them. So get on with it.
You can't
we're
listen to them.
here-
I have to respond to them. I only get one speech with them, and I already hear it. I can't have them talk, but I can respond to correspondence, of course.
Right. So
Okay.
tell us what they say.
There's a hand of water. They are a tidesman, and they said that within 2 months they're going to start collecting taxes from us. Now, that doesn't really affect us directly on the Whisper, or you on the Whisper, being in the city, but it does mean that they're going to start wanting money from us. They did say, though, a good note is that they would reopen the water line that comes here if we can get it repaired. That's good,
Oh.
right?
So let me get this straight. They're going to start collecting taxes on something they don't even have open for us yet?
Oh, no.
Right.
Once they open the water over the next 2 months, then they will start collecting taxes at the end of that. Basically, what they're doing is providing water, and we're paying for the water. That's my understanding.
And the third message, Terry.
One of the Akata got off the ship in New Boulevard. There's 3 eggs. They got the first 2.
What?
Don't worry. I guess the crew took care of it.
Well, right. Okay.
That's the worst. I think that's the worst one. No damage to the ship. No one got injured at the Emerald Order either.
Okay. So,
Do you want good news? I can give you good news.
is it made up good news?
No, the ether post is running now.
That is actually
Clean,
good news.
fixed, repaired. I can send anything within city, the buildings that are still connected here, just the major buildings. And then I can send things back to New Boulevard. And I sent New Boulevard a message saying we need to be reconnected to Cadro, the capital. And if we can get reconnected to that, I might be able to get us supplies to repair more stuff here. But that's a finicky negotiation.
What's the turnaround time to New Boulevard?
What do you mean?
Or how long does it take for one to get to the other?
I'm about roughly an hour, maybe 2, to go
Oh,
there and get a
that's-
message back.
Right.
I mean,
Fantastic.
some spirits are faster than others.
Okay.
Why are the negotiations getting reconnected to Cadra finicky? Is it because we're not producing enough to pay decent taxes yet? Is it
No. So there's a risk anytime that you use an ethograph. So when you send things through the post like this, there are chances that there's damages along the canal, the channel that we use, the pipe that we use. Other spirits can get in, and that can release them on the end. It's kind of a dangerous situation if it's not monitored and repaired. So we need to make sure the line between us to the air tower and the air tower out to Cadra is safe. So I have to convince the postmaster to send a crew out and repair the line all the way. It takes many weeks to do. So you send a bunch of harmless spirits through to see if they release anywhere and follow them along the line. And you use salt blocks along the way to stop the progression to make sure there's no leakage.
When
Delicate.
do you have any idea how the last or when the last time that was maintenanced?
Ooh. Hold on. And he reaches over and one of the new cabinets on the wall, this brand royal oak with an embroidery all over it. And he reaches out and he grabs a book and he flips it open and he's like, 3 years ago.
Okay, so you said you sent a test today. Did you hear back already?
A test to New Boulevard? Yes,
Yeah.
I've been communicating back and forth. Yes.
that's
Okay.
The
where he
last
got
2
the,
weeks.
that's where he got the messages from?
Cadra I did not test because the line is red, which means we aren't supposed to use it.
Oh, I see. Okay. All right.
Everything else is good.
Okay.
That's my news. And he like walks back around the corner.
Thank you, Terry. Thank you.
Oh, yeah, no problem. No problem. Also, we can get to it later. I need a favor if you guys have time later.
Speak your mind. There's already a pilot going. Might as well.
Yeah, but Douglas is coming in, and he points to Douglas, like walking through the big double doors.
Oh shit. Hello,
It's
Douglas.
all right. It's not important.
How are you?
Douglas walks in. He's got a little bit of a limp to him right now. He's pretty banged up still, bandaged. He's healed, but the bleak has spread up to his shoulder and one of his arms. They are monitoring it, but he's not doing the best.
Is that the
He comes
arm
into the
that
room.
he had the...
The one that's been replaced, yeah, it's spreading.
Okay.
I failed 2 saves. So, I see you've set up the place, Oliver. Nice. It's great to have a little place for base of operations. You never know. Never know when we're going to need it, I guess, eh? All right. Update me. Where are we at? How's the city? And when I head out in 2 weeks to go back to Merrifield, what information can I bring back to them? And you guys have not spoke to Douglas since they've arrived. The Whisper's maybe been here for 12 hours today. It has not been that long. And he has been tied up with being looked over and making sure he's okay.
So for my report, first and foremost, rations are down to 5 days left remaining. The rest have been spoiled.
Spoiled?
Yes.
How so?
No, they're rotten, unfortunately. Which leads me to the fact that our stores of alchemist fire and water are also low after dealing with the Okata. And then we have a coffin. Don't know where it came from, but we have a coffin now. Investigation
I'm sorry,
in
there's
due
a
time.
coffin on the ship?
Yeah, apparently it's in the hold.
Old, worn, tattered. Looks like it has some age. It's been there for some time. But
Was
we
this
have a
there
coffin.
before we went and came back, or did it arrive after we came back?
It wasn't there when I did my inventory before we set sail.
So sometime between us leaving New Boulevard, coming to Merrifield, and us going back there, making our round trip, sometime there, a coffin appeared.
Correct. Yes.
Let's get it off the ship. He walks out. Before asking anything else, he walks out to the plank that goes out, the big deck, and he shouts to 2 of the crew
Oh my
members.
God.
He's like, you and you, grab the coffin, move it into the tower, get it off the Whisper.
Oliver moves
No.
to stand and
Do not
follows.
Open it.
No. Give me an hour.
No?
I don't. I'm an
He
inspector.
turns around,
I'm
he pauses respectfully.
I'm an investigator.
All right, then, Nora, follow me.
I just like, as I walk by, I'm just like, why do people insist on messing with potential crime scenes?
Yeah, we've all watched CSI. Everyone touches everything.
It is my
Yeah, I
ship.
know, that's why I'm yelling at everybody about it.
I'm gonna follow Nora.
Okay. Out of the people who are here, Terry is not going to follow.
I mean, Terry's a smart guy.
And everybody else, is going to go, I assume, out of the group.
Voss looks up at Everston and he's like, I mean, we should probably, right, we shouldn't just stay here.
And Douglas is
I'd
already
like to see
walking.
what it is.
Right,
So we'll
let's
cut.
go.
We'll cut. So you get into the lower. How many decks did you say the ship was, Alan, when we designed this? 3 decks or 4?
It's 5.
5 decks. So the lowest deck is where probably all the cargo hold is, I'd assume.
The hold.
So in the cargo hold in the lowest deck, through all the boxes, there is a not wood, but an elaborate gold and stone coffin, square. No True Faith symbols on it. Instead, there is a skull made of silver, and it is embossed into it. And the filigree that goes around it is in some, what you're guessing is an old language. There is a cloth that was over top of it when Oliver found it, like a waxed canvas that was over top of it, and it was tied down not to move. So whoever put it in here made sure it wasn't sliding around, did the right thing, and it got moved in. My question to everybody is really simple. As Douglas walks into the room with everybody, sees the coffin in the middle of the place, he goes, that was not here. When we went back to Merrifield, back to New Boulevard, came here as a return trip. That was not on here. We did inventory. That means that when we left here and came back, it showed up. Now, Oliver, I can tell you timeline-wise, you checked inventory before they left, and it wasn't there when they came back. You like finished your count or whatever when they re-arrived to see what they brought back with them, and it was there.
So while they're talking about taking inventory and whatnot, I'm going to go get my detective's kit.
You could have just brought it with you during that cut to this.
Yeah. This silver skull looks awfully familiar.
Maybe.
I mean, in comparison to what I saw during the match.
Very similar.
And the after party. Okay.
Very similar, possibly.
Okay. I'm going to use my minute to pursue a lead. It's going to be this skull. And let's see what else I've got in my inventory. Case notes. I guess I would pull open the case notes for the Gorgon.
All right. Pull open the case notes for the Gorgon.
Yeah, so it's like I open up my detective's kit, and then there's like a little leather folio, and I flip through some notes, and then I pull out the one that a certain manager gave me. I don't know if it's going to be related, but possibly just because of what had happened during the match and the after party.
Fair. Totally fair. So then you grab that and start looking through.
Yep.
Are you opening a case?
I guess this would be a new case. Yeah, I've got a couple of cases running now. Case notes. Random coffin on the Whisper.
So I'm going to move us from here to our procurement sheet that we've been using. And I will add stuff to this for us, and we can kind of resize.
Brother.
So are you going to fan this out so the people can see it as well?
Yeah, because there wasn't really anything secretive that I can recall from the case notes for the Gorgon.
No, not really, no.
Yeah, so
Move us to the big map here.
I just need to write down my last set of case notes. That is a Bennett. I've got
make it a little easier, everyone can see.
I've got 4 cases right now.
I better close some of that shit. What type of detective are you?
A detective that's been sitting in a shitty ghost town for the past 2 weeks. I mean, I feel like that's a pretty accurate summation of why I haven't been doing any investigating.
It's not just ghosts though. We have ghouls, Akata. Like
it's a menagerie.
It's a menagerie, yeah.
Everything shitting the bed. All right.
I'm gonna shrink this down.
It's gonna be
because this is from the other episode, and we will move it over here. And then I'm gonna bring out some of the stuff from her case file. That going from the case file. And
what?
I think this is when I call, like, as I'm doing this, I call over Voss and I'm like, please don't touch anything. But you were there when this happened.
Yeah, no, I'm right there with you, love. It's not far off, is it?
Looks a little similar here. I just start, like I said, spreading everything out. I guess unless there's something else you'd want me to roll, I'd be rolling either perception or occult.
You wouldn't even have to start a new one. You could probably tack this on to if you started a case with that individual before. You could probably tack it onto that even if you would like.
Okay,
That's a pretty fair assessment.
Yeah, I just have it open as a separate case for right now, and I'm going to put a note that it's possibly tied to the Gorgon.
Okay.
But yeah, I guess I'm looking more for. I know it's going to be unlikely, but I'm going to look for any signs that perhaps Oliver may have missed on how this was brought in.
Okay.
So that would be perception. I'm not going to add the bonus from the case notes because I'm going to use that more for actually investigating the coffin itself.
Okay.
And
Fair.
then I almost clicked the button. Let me get my dice.
I know. It's like, what are you doing? Don't you dare click that, Alan.
Don't you dare press that button.
Don't push the button.
Don't
you do it.
It's going to be 9. Okay. I got 20. Not natural.
So looking over it, they're very similar. The skull is very decorative. It has the same kind of vine-like qualities to it. The mouth is closed on the one that is on the coffin right now.
Okay.
There is none of the headdress styling to it, but you do remember specifically he had writing on his silver body. And those glyphs in that hieroglyphic style of writing does match what was at the after party during the unaired side quest that we did.
Okay.
So it does kind of have the same motif.
For her, she's like, these are way too similar.
Yeah. And I tell you that. I'm like, remember how that guy, Death's manager, had all of that hieroglyphic writing on his body?
Yep.
That's
I'll do.
this. And I'm like, I'm not touching it, but I'm pointing at the glyph and filigree on the coffin itself.
I'm gonna drop a detect magic.
Okay.
And
Give me a roll for that if you like as well. If you're trying, I think you can read auras with that. You can pop it in the chat. I have it up so people can see the chat as well. If you want to throw detect magic up.
So while he's doing that, in addition to investigating the coffin itself, I'm investigating the area to see like if I see any scuff marks or drag marks or like any chips.
Does that 20 include that for you?
I mean, I guess it's up to you, like how much I would have found based on the check, because that's what I was originally. That was what was my role was originally for.
Gotcha. So there are 0 scuff marks, 0 movement around it, short of the footsteps of Oliver when he probably pulled the cloth off, and because he didn't know what it was when he was doing inventory.
Right.
Boxes are not displaced. It was put here. It was carried in and set down, but there are no footprints. 0.
Okay.
No marks, no nothing. It did not slide during a flight here. It was tied down very tightly. And when he throws up the detect magic, there is an aura over top of the box.
then the next round, I'll drop read aura because it's actually 2 separate ones now. And that's what that does.
Okay, that's fine. You can do whatever when they're cantrips. Doesn't matter.
Let me pull up the ship hold stuff because I know the food got wrecked and the alchemist fires got wrecked. Oh, that's not on there. All right, I'm going to. Sorry, I thought that was written in there. I'm going to open up one of our episodes that we didn't film live because I think oh man, I want to say that we got the detective's kit's forensic die. Let me look that up real quick while Drew's looking up the read aura.
So basically, first one I can push out anything I already know is magical.
Okay.
Like stuff that's on us and everything.
Sure.
You send out a pulse that generates and registers the presence of magic. And then the second one with read aura, I can focus on a target object, opening my mind to perceive magical auras.
Perfect.
So
Just give me a spellcraft or Arcana. Sorry, Arcana.
Arcana?
This is second edition. There's no more of that spellcraft.
8 on the die, so it's a 15.
15. So the aura that's on it is there's two. The first one, the big one that's over it, is evidence of enchantment, and then the second one underneath is under transmutation. And that one is faint. It's kind of buried by the enchantment.
Okay.
Okay, so
Anything else somebody wants to do?
I guess I don't know if this would have been caught in the first check or if you want me to make a second one. You said that there's no scuff marks or chips or footprints. Can I look over the coffin again to see if there might be any foreign material? That might
would
have been
definitely
like
be a separate check.
cool. And then I would be using that. I'm still not using my case notes, so it's going to be it's actually a plus 10 because of the kit.
Okay.
I only got 12.
So looking over it, there's no foreign material, but you do there's no skin contact or oil marks or any form of cloth that got caught when it moved. But you do notice in the air there is still a slight smell of decaying magic, and everyone can smell it when they're within 4 foot of the coffin, right next, arm's reach. You can smell it, and it is decayed. But it's not totally gone. And you're guessing
so
that's
decayed magic
saw with his aura.
Sorry, so decayed magic as in it's residual, or the magic is making stuff decay, ruining our food and water and shit?
Decaying magic, dying magic. Spell cast going away.
What happens when it goes away?
I'm sorry, what was that, Hastings?
What happens when it goes away?
It's a good question, is what Douglas said.
It's
a very good question.
Very good question.
All right.
You hear a little voice behind Oliver. Penelope shows up. And she goes, that was not here until we docked. I was down here cleaning. I did not touch it or go around it, but I was cleaning the cobwebs out of the rafters. Hi, Oliver. And she looks up at you as you peer back. That was not here. I turned around, did something, and then I walked out of the room to grab water to clean up some of the mess from moving cargo in, and then I saw that there. And I didn't remember it being there, but that's not my job. I'm just clean. But I can tell you that it was not there until we docked here. Once we were still, it showed up. And she goes back to cleaning in the room, outside of the room you're in.
Okay.
Because you don't want to disturb your crime scene because she understands.
Thank you so much. I kind of shout over my not shout over my shoulder, but I'm like, Miss, I'm sorry, I haven't caught your name, but would you be available afterwards for a hopefully short interview about what you had seen before you came in here? I know you said you didn't see anything, you didn't remember anything, but sometimes in questioning, things come to the surface that perhaps you weren't aware of at the time.
That's all I can really think of.
I mean, if you would just be available sometime later for, like I said, hopefully just a short, maybe 5-10 minute interview.
Oh, yeah, I don't leave the ship. I sleep over there next to the barrel and the cot.
Interview or drinks?
I mean,
really,
I interview. I try and keep my faculties clear when I'm working a case. And then with that, I'm going to actually start comparing notes from the Gorgon case to what we have with the actual coffin.
Absolutely. Feel free to.
All right. So that's going to be
So with a 15 Arcana, the one that I rolled before, is there anything else that I can glean from what this is, like a spell that's in
just the 2
place
auras,
or
that
was
it.
cast?
Maybe if you were here when it happened, but it's 2 decayed.
Gotcha.
That's
Do I know
got-
how long till it's gone?
I mean, within an hour, that would be your guess. It was pretty powerful
Okay.
when I brought it here to even stick around this long. The auras that are on the object, the coffin itself, will still be there, but other than that, who knows?
Okay. All right.
So Douglas is like, excellent. Nora, can we move it?
I got a
I don't want to
27.
open it on the ship.
I got 27 on my check for comparing it to the Gorgon case files.
It all of the pieces that are on here resemble memories and parts of your case file with the Gorgon that you met. And the Gorgon being the gentleman that is here, that case file.
Right.
Yes, they match him. 100%.
Are there any like sigils or runes around any kind of
Tons of
carry
writing all
handles? None, like carry handles, like specifically
carry
places where you'd grab.
None. No way to actually lift it. There's not even like grasps for the top. Like if it was a long view looking at it, it is like a trapezoid. Kind of comes up and has a coffin lid on it.
Huh.
The lid, I mean, you can see the seam. You could pry it open. And there are like gold straps that go down, from the artistry that's built into it. And like the hieroglyphics go all the way down and around. You're guessing maybe underneath it. And they're kind of, like I said, they're engraved into it. But there's no handles.
So it's gonna be a pain in the ass to carry this.
Well, it would have been if the big guy wasn't here.
Yeah,
True that.
Sure.
You can open the front of the cargo hold, turn the ship around, put the, basically open the, it probably has openings on the side to open the ship up to walk cargo in and out. Probably be easier than the front. So
Just
you can
jettison.
easily open the cargo hold. He can pick it up with the help of a couple crew members and carry it out.
Just cat it over the side.
I think Everson's got an 18 strength, right? Todd?
That's right.
Yeah, so he could easily pick it up.
It's probably double lot too.
So then
Double lot in this game.
when the Sky Marshal, is his last name Douglas?
I believe, if I remember correctly, that is his first name, right, Alan?
His first name is Douglas. Yeah.
Can I get a last name? Because Nora doesn't feel comfortable calling him by his first name.
Give me a second.
Like, Oliver might have that type of relationship with him.
His last name is Duval.
Douglas Duval. Yep.
Douglas Duval.
Okay. So as he's like, Nora, can we get it out? I say, Sky Marshal Duval, yes, there's nothing here that indicates exactly how it was brought here, and if it's the gentleman I thought it was, then I mean, we wouldn't be able to find anything that he would have left behind anyway. Do be careful. This iconography, as I gesture to the coffin itself and the silver skull, is tied to the keeper Asarak.
I'm sorry, what?
I was just about to roll occultism.
I don't know what that means.
Move this off the ship. Move it off the ship. And he like walks over and
But that's why I'm saying, like, be careful, like, as I'm telling him that.
The barn doors, so to speak, to get the thing out. But Everston, between you and like 2 crew members, you can carry it out onto the deck of in between everything. He goes, why is there an object of a keeper on our ship?
I don't know, and that's why I'm going to have an interview with, I'm sorry, was it Penelope or Petunia, the swab?
Penelope. Yeah.
It's Penelope.
Okay. Then I will go have an interview with her if you don't mind. This is all very
I
concerning.
would rather
to me.
find out what we're doing with this. Is that interview going to make that something possible?
I mean, if she remembers anything else that she might have seen or heard in talking through it, that could give us a clue as to why it's been brought here,
right.
and perhaps why it was set on the ship.
Voss, talk to Jin. See if he can get in there. That's why he's here.
Got it.
We won't
Right.
do it until we get the okay from Nora.
When she says Asarak, does that pique anything for me for
Give me an
occultism?
occult.
Ooh, 18 on the die, plus 7 is a 25.
Asarak is a very powerful keeper that has been long dead, although there have been, throughout the 57 years, some small outcroppings of Asarak throughout the 57 years after the Sun Ring. But the most recent one was probably about 3 years ago. It was outside of Eisenheim. The cult was diminished and destroyed, but there has been no other signs of them since then. You would specifically know the cult that follows Asarak silvers the bones of their members who pass or sacrifice themselves, and they silver their bones and reincarnate, or I shouldn't say reincarnate, animate them as a powerful form of undead. They believe that by coating yourself in minerals of the earth makes you a more powerful undead, specifically if you are turned into a lich. No proof of that at all. It could just be occultism kind of thing. You know that, yeah, I guess their bones would be harder, but other than that, it wouldn't actually do something. But there hasn't been any form of followers of that keeper in a few years. And again, you know that the only way that people get powers from a keeper is to come into physical contact with either that dead or thought to be dead god, the keeper, or a powerful follower of that keeper. And they physically have to touch you to bestow power to you. The belief is they give part of the god to a person so they are powered. So it's rare.
Is that like a daily thing that has to happen, or is it like once it's done, it's done?
It's kind of like you're a priest, boom. You're a paladin or champion, boom. And now they get their powers from it. It's like opening the conduit between two of them.
Got it. I'm guessing I would have kept his reliquary someplace safe. So would it be up in the tower, or would I still have it on me? Like, where are we in terms of that?
You could easily have it on you whenever you want. He'll roam around basically, he can roam around within 30 foot of you unless he breaks contact in spirit form to go somewhere.
Right. But like, Jin.
Yes, sir.
Can you come out for a second? Need you take a look at something?
Oh, absolutely. And he manifests next to you in the classic gi that he usually wears. His hair is pulled back. The scars glow for a minute and then they fade away, so he looks a little more mortal. You know he's in ethereal form. And then he walks over to the coffin with you, and I'm going to cut to Nora because they're not going to open it until the interview is done.
Right.
So, Nora, Penelope is sitting out in their cot. She is currently whittling what looks to be a small flute.
Okay. I kind of like, even though she's like just kind of sitting out in public, like I find something to try and like knock on it so I don't.
Oh, you can just knock on the barrel. I mean, she makes eye contact when you walk up.
Yeah, I still do it out of habit.
She's in a hallway between two barrels that have a pillar, and the hammock's hung between those above the barrels.
Yeah, I still do it out of like habit and politeness.
Sure. She says hello. What did you want to ask me? I told you everything I saw. I don't really know anything else. It's kind of outside of my realm of understanding.
I know. It's just like I said, sometimes when I talk to people about things that they've seen or heard, the act of talking it out can jog some memories that maybe they weren't aware that they noticed something at the time. If you don't remember anything, else, that's fine. It's just this coffin is very concerning, and it is potentially very dangerous. Yes.
Okay.
So,
well, ask away. I mean, I'll see what I remember, but what I told you is pretty much all I can think of.
So you said you were basically just cleaning the area, completing your regular duties. I apologize, I don't know exactly what they are. And when you were in here originally, when you were traveling back from New Volbar, it wasn't on the ship, and then you said it didn't appear until the Whisper docked.
Yeah, so we docked, and I was down here cleaning. Sometimes when you travel, some of the stuff gets knocked over, no matter how well it's tied down. One of the barrels cracked. I was cleaning that, was going to repair the barrel, and that's currently kind of where things are with what I was doing.
So the only reason, not the only reason, but like the main reason you noticed the coffin was because the barrel had cracked. And you were cleaning the area?
I turned around and I saw the barrel, and I went to go clean the barrel. It already leaked out. It happened a while ago. And I went to get something to clean it up with, a scrub brush, some linen. I went to wipe it, and I looked back up, and that coffin was there. And it was not in that room when I left and came back. We had just docked. It's easier to clean up all the waters and liquids once we're not moving anymore. Because water moves.
Yeah, exactly. It definitely moves.
Yep.
Did the barrel, was the barrel secured, or did it look like anyone had tampered with it?
No, it was cracked. It fell over.
Okay. I mean, when it fell over, had it been secured before it had fallen over? Like, was it supposed to be secured enough to not fall over?
It wasn't tied well enough.
Okay.
I'm sure he toyed the knots. He's horrible.
Okay, so you think you're saying it probably wasn't tied well, and that's why it fell over and cracked.
She grabs rope next to her. She's like, "This is his knot." She slides it over something and pulls and shakes, and it slides up the post and comes off. She goes, "This is how you're supposed to tie the knot." Does it again and pulls and pulls enough to where she can kind of move the wood. She's like, "Jerry's just bad at tying knots. He's not a sailor, really. He's more of I don't really know why he's here. He's got to be the son of somebody. I never ask him. I don't talk to him. I don't actually really like him. I don't trust him either. Not like he's a bad person, but
Right.
Shady.
Okay. That's actually good to know. That gives me another possible lead. Do you mind telling, do you know what was in the barrel?
I think this is something bad. It's on the manifest.
Yeah, if you wouldn't mind, if I could take a look at the manifest.
She runs back into the room and sees them sliding it out. Everston is, and she goes, "Hold on." She grabs one of the papers, brings it out. She goes, "This is the manifest," and it's the last item on the list.
Okay. What was the barrel supposed to have in it?
Oh, it was like a pickled herring or a sky herring or something like that. Just foodstuffs. But she says the coffin's on the manifest, and she points to it. It says 1 coffin.
Huh. That wasn't there originally, right?
No, not as far as I know. I don't really check the manifest that often. I checked it when I realized that I had never seen it, and it was on the manifest. So I thought maybe somebody has moved it there. You know what I mean? Maybe it was behind boxes. I don't count manifest. I just clean.
Do you? I call over my shoulder to Oliver. I'm like, Captain Hastings, do you mind if I sequester this manifest as possible evidence?
Not at all, Nora. So long as I could make a copy from it at certain points of time.
Yeah. So I gingerly, with my detective's kit, I grab the forceps and I grab an envelope to slide it in there to prevent any further tampering.
Sure. I mean, absolutely.
Yeah. Okay, so barrel cracked. You didn't hear anybody by the barrel before any of this happened?
No.
Did you see any footprints or anything in the fluid that had drained from it?
No.
Okay. No footprints, no people. I guess that's all I have for you in terms of questioning. Thank you so much.
Sure.
This actually was very helpful. If you do remember anything later, please feel free to flag me down. I'm probably going to be here for a while, honestly.
Same here. I got a lot to clean.
If you could, I'm sorry. If you could just refrain from cleaning this area for a little bit.
The room? Okay.
I can't really.
Just my least favorite to clean. Douglas, I'm not going to be cleaning that room. And she like wanders down the hall to start cleaning like the bathrooms and stuff like that.
Okay.
So, are you going to go back out the deck and let them know, hey, let's check the box?
Yeah, like I want to investigate this area and see if maybe there's anything in the by the barrel that cracked or anything like that, but I don't want to take
just glance at that as you're looking by. Your perception's good enough. There's nothing.
Okay.
Not a goddamn thing.
Okay. Like nothing like that would seem suspicious that there's nothing, or nothing.
No, shit falls and breaks all the time. Oliver would tell you the same thing. Not you bring extras, not everything makes it. Like it's just shit breaks. You hit a bad gust or a bad storm, and the entire place rocks and shakes.
I am going to tape off this. Try and block off the section somehow, because I know it's a long shot. But
sure.
Once Voss and Jin are done with the coffin, I would like Voss to come and do detect magic over in this area, just in case there's any lingering stuff.
When he still had it up, I mean, there are some other things that are magical, but there are things that are magical on the manifest, like basic stuff, like tars to repair the wall that are slightly magical to make their job easier. The water, all water is magical for all intents and purposes because it is made. So it sometimes has a glow that was made recently. Everston obviously glows, being an Atomus. Objects on you glow. So it's all in the norm other than that coffin. And actually the spot when he leaves, they take the coffin out, the spot itself has a small residual glow in the rectangle that is the bottom of the coffin. And then that fades really quick once it's moved.
So,
and he would have just noticed that glancing around. There would have been no reason for a roll or anything.
Quick question for my cohort.
Sure.
If we push the coffin over the side of the ship and it hits and shatters, should we not have someone down there in case we set something loose upon the town we're trying to rebuild?
Douglas goes, I wasn't going to break it. I was going to open it away from the ship.
But we're pushing it over the side of the ship.
No, we are pushing it onto the deck. Under the walking plank.
That's
You're on an air tower.
Okay.
You're unloading it.
I mean, is the loading dock that Everston and I rode up in, is that sturdy enough for us to maybe use that to take it down?
You can move it from, because you gotta remember the air tower is a big cylinder and there are decks that come out, areas that you would dock at. You open up the side of the ship because this isn't a naval ship anymore. You open it up, push it out of the cargo area onto it, and then you could put it on like a lift and stroll it in, put it on the lift and take it down if you want.
So then, frame of reference, the boarding plank would be like the main deck, which is the top of the tower. The offloading deck would be like a level down then?
You could offload pretty much wherever, because remember there is a boardwalk that goes all the way around the outside of the tower on every level.
Okay.
So you have like concentric rings. So no matter where you dock, you can push your stuff in, go to the checkpoint, and either load it into the elevator or bring it into that floor wherever you're docked at. Big ships dock at the top because the decks that come out are really long. So that big ships can park there and small ships can park below them.
Okay.
Think of it like a reverse sprinkler.
There we go. Okay, so yeah, I'm kind of done for now. So we can cut to Voss and Jin after they get it down there.
Are we wanting to open this?
I will pull Voss aside and say, if we're going to open it, I think we should be very careful. I don't know how much you remembered of that night, but that that gentleman we saw at the party had the symbol of that keeper made on his back, made out of bone.
Out of bone? Oh, wait, that's right.
Yeah, so...
Well, yeah, because he didn't have any... I thought it was like a makeup thing or something, but it looked like he didn't have any back at all. It was just like flesh worn away and just the exposed skeleton.
I mean, open it for sure. Make sure it's not a danger. But I mean, with what happened with White Mule, I don't want there to be a surprise in that coffin that we're not prepared for.
All right. Hold up a sec. And he's going to cast Mage Armor on himself because he hasn't had a reason to do it yet today. So that's done.
Smart.
And he'll be like, right, so, Jin, let's, well, wait, do we want to move it farther away from the ship first? Like, put it on another end of a dock somewhere?
Either end of the dock or off the air tower if possible.
You can take it all the way down to ground floor if you want. And the tides are receded right now, which is very odd for being hollows or the equivalent to October. If you look into the crater, the tides are to the bottom and maybe 3 foot deep. Normally they're like 3 foot from the top of that crater. They are receded deep right now. Usually hollows tides are at the highest.
Okay.
Oh, I misunderstood you. I thought you meant they were at the lowest this time of year. I didn't realize that was odd.
No, it's odd. They're normally at the highest during hollows.
Right. That makes sense.
Yes. You can move it down to the bottom floor, onto the ground if you want, away from the tower. You can put it out into the field between the air tower and the city if you want. I don't care where you guys move. That's up to you.
It's probably not the baddest idea.
All right. Is that what we're doing? We moving it down?
I would vote yes, just because, and I tell Sky Marshal Duval, like, considering how low on supplies you are, if this goes poorly and it takes out the rest of everything, I would rather have it take things out that aren't as important.
All right. Then let's move it.
All right.
So cut to you guys moving it downstairs. So you move it out into the field. There's some wagons and some old buildings that are destroyed from the cannon fire that's happened. A lot of the places are not in the best condition here because they're the closest to the tower, and there's a lot of Akata that ran through here and fire from the Whisper. Plus, the top part of the air tower was damaged pretty heavily. It's been repaired now and maybe even in mid-repair. So you set it on the ground here. Douglas is here. Terry is not. Jin is here with the rest of the group. And Jin requires, on the way here, he would say, bring crowbar, bring things to open it in case we do decide to open it. When you get down to the first, onto the ground floor, into the field, Jin goes, all right, I can go in here. This will not be a problem, but it may not come back out right away. For example, if this is made to keep spirits in, or to keep things that are undead in, I will have to de-manifest myself, which could be a little bit of combat. I am more than willing to do this, though. I am trained. I have full control in my ethereal state. But there is always the danger that things could be worse on the inside. Are you still wishing for me to...
I mean, I'll ask Voss will ask Douglas about what you think of.
Listen, no offense, Jin, but I would rather risk one of a spirit than one of the mortal flesh. It's what you're here for. While I don't want you to get injured, you're our best bet. Because if we open it, it could be much worse and much more detrimental. And he goes, I agree, sir. I agree wholeheartedly. If you are willing, I will go in. Douglas nods. So he walks up to the coffin, turns around and faces everybody, and just falls into it like he's laying down into the coffin. And he hits the top of the coffin and stops. And he goes, this is not normal. And he moves around, goes to the crack and tries to slide in. He gets like his first pinky finger in on each side to slide in, and it stops again. He says, I'm barred from entry. I would assume this box is maybe full of salt. And strong enough to keep me out.
I mean,
If it's filled with salt, then it's probably keeping whatever's in it in then too, right?
Yeah, I would assume so. If there's something left to keep in. I don't know that. I can't tell.
well,
That or it could be full of water and salt. It would be easier to fill it than using actual salt. And it does make a completely encased area with no air. Very possible. I have encountered similar things with other cults. They would do it so that the dead could not be questioned while in burial. It's an old method. It's not new. Pre-sundering. Douglas turns to Oliver and he goes, how much gunpowder we got left?
Enough to blow it up. That's what you're thinking.
No, I just want to crack it open. I want to blow the whole thing apart. Jesus.
as
There's
he
an
says,
offer.
I want to crack it open. I guess I start fiddling with my thieves' tools.
Would he notice you? Apparently you're on his good side. And he goes, all right, if you think you can open it, then do it. If Jin can't do it, then maybe you're our best bet. And he backs up a little bit.
Okay.
Oliver backs up and puts a hand on the hilt of his blade.
So
Everston, be ready to shut the lid if it's needed.
I'm always ready.
Voss kind of
right,
thumps his
Nora.
staff on the ground, and you see some flame come out of the lantern, and he reaches up, and picks it, and holds it in his hand.
Everyone's ready, Nora.
okay. Let's see. I actually have Trap Finder as a feat that I'd be able to pick up with investigators. So I get a +1 circumstance bonus to perception checks to find traps, AC against attacks made by traps, and saves against traps. Even if I'm not searching, I get a check to find traps that normally require you to be searching. Well, I'm searching it, so we'll ignore that last part. But I'm going to search the coffin to see if there's any traps.
All right.
I got a natural 20, so 29.
All of the traps.
10 billion traps.
Okay. So I'm going to warn now. Everybody has 1 hero point to start. We still have 1 in the pool. And I think Nora was given 1, if I'm not mistaken. Did that get played?
I thought.
Yep, it's finished. He played it.
Yeah.
So we also have that. So Nora, you have 1 extra hero point.
Excellent.
It's good to know.
Good to know.
Just in case it goes poorly.
So
It is definitely trapped.
Okay.
On top of it being trapped, it's magically trapped. Now, it's not beyond your skill. It's definitely because you get the thing where you can do it at is it master, right?
With Trap Finder, yes, you can disable traps that require a proficiency rank of master in thievery.
Okay.
So yes, I can attempt to pick locks that are master.
Okay. Then you're more than welcome to do that.
Okay. I warn everybody as I'm going in that this coffin is definitely trapped, and it's some sort of magical trap. I might be able to do it, but in case it goes poorly, I just want everybody to be prepared.
Oliver takes a couple steps further back and also pulls his pistol.
That's fair.
How dangerous is this, Nora? Should we be doing this, or is this now? Is this something I need to ship back to New Boulevard for further?
With all due respect, Douglas, if we ship it back, is it going to make it back in time before the hour seal of magic that is upon it breaks, or is it safer to do so now?
With that natural 20, Eric, would I know it's asking a lot. Would I get a sense of like this is pretty awful, or
it's magically trapped? The trap itself is made to harm living creatures. You can tell that from the grave dust that is layered around the edge of the coffin and inside the glyphs and runes with your natural 20.
Okay. I mentioned that there's there's some grave dust. I think it's probably meant to harm the living. I don't know how much it would affect Everston. I do know it would affect me. I just don't know how far the dust would spread. Or whatever it activates. I don't know how far that would spread. My concern, Captain Hastings, is that if you try and send it back to New Bolivar, considering how it arrived on the ship, there's no guarantee that would actually make it there, not because of the magic decaying, but it might just vanish and then show back up on the ship when it redocks 2 weeks later.
Another fair point.
So I guess I want everyone to be prepared.
Sending it back's a bad idea. I agree. Thinking about it, there are more living people in New Bolivar, and if this is bad enough to trigger there, I would rather have it trigger here out in the middle of a ghost town than I would inside of New Bolivar. They've already went through enough with the Akata invasion.
Well,
how big of an area do you think this is going to cover? And he looks to Voss. It's like, Voss, spells. How big of an area? How far away should we be, living people?
I mean, with the information I have, I give that to Voss, so I don't know if he would need to do an Arcana check.
Yeah, I would need an Arcana check. Are you a specialist wizard at all? Did you specialize in school, or are you a universal?
No, he's universal.
Okay, then just give me a straight up arcane roll with what she's saying. It's going to be pretty difficult, though.
I'm going to. Let me just make sure I'm doing this right, because I'm sorry, I've never done this part before either. Pursue a lead, clue in. I'm going to share the information with the triggering creature. They gain a circumstance bonus to their check equal to my circumstance bonus to checks investigating my subject from pursue a lead. I declared this as my pursue a lead. Voss, you're only going to get a +1, but it's a +1.
Yeah.
I mean,
well,
awesome.
Well, I rolled a 6, so that's a 14.
Would you like to use the one floating hero point? I believe Sun got you guys.
What do you think, gang? Is it worth it?
Might help us know what's going on with this thing.
I mean,
the difference between safe handling and TPK.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, if it goes off, but we know how far it would go, then it's just me and possibly Everston eating it versus everybody eating it, including Douglas, who's already not doing so great.
Yeah, it's true.
You do know with your medicine checks and what you've done with him, if this were to hit him and it's grave oriented, depending on his ailments, because you haven't heard what it's progressed to so far. He hasn't talked about that yet. It could make it worse.
Okay. Then I'll use it. And you said I get a +1, Nora?
You got +1 from me
for
cluing you in.
Okay. Well, that's a 7, so that's a 15.
No, if you had a 15 last time, it would be a 16 now for my +1.
Oof. Well, no. That I was already adding the +1 because I have a +7 Arcana. I rolled a 6, so that was a 14. Now it's a 14 +1, so it's a 15. But hey, maybe 15 was the DC. Who knows?
No, it definitely wasn't. So you look at it, you're like, you would have no idea without actually having a better idea of, if you would have had an aura that you knew what spell it was, great. But you saw no necromantic magics. 0. But you had an enchantment, and then you also had the other aura, and it must be coding whatever this is. You could wait for those auras to diminish, and with the change of state, you could give me another read aura. You're talking probably about 30 minutes at this point. If you all wanted to fast forward another 30 minutes from a do a read aura, I would allow it again because the state has changed. But that means both of those spells would probably fade away at that point, and you could see a little easier.
I mean, Voss, were those spells meant to just hide its presence, or if they fade, is something else going to happen?
Well, so here's the thing. there's a fate transmutation that I picked up on it, but there's a strong enchantment that was almost blocking it. So I don't know if one was just stronger than the other or if one was there so that we couldn't see it to begin with. I mean, who fucking knows? This coffin could have been inside that barrel, and then when it broke, it just kind of sprouted up and plumbed into existence. I have no idea.
Voss, did you say Fey transmutation?
Yeah. Why? What you thinking?
Do you think she did it?
Who, the swab? I mean, I realize you don't really trust her that much, but like, I really haven't seen enough evidence for me not to. It's like I don't have enough data either way. So, I mean, I suppose it's possible, but I mean, I can't answer it, Gov. I don't know.
Erik, when she was talking to me and she was like, I don't really have any idea of what would have happened. My DC for that conversation with her, for her lying to me, was a 19. So I don't know if that would have triggered anything during the convo.
Oh, no, she didn't seem like she was lying. She was pretty honest. Really,
Okay.
I mean, blatant forward, kind of word for word for what she witnessed.
Okay. So at least as far as I know, like, I can't be like, oh, I rolled a 1. I don't know. Like, so if she was lying to me, she would have had to try and beat my 19. So I turn around. If I overhear this conversation, I'm like, I don't know why you think she would have something to do with it. When I was talking to her about it, she seemed pretty open and honest about what she saw and what she was or was not involved with.
Yeah.
So if you have accusations, can we maybe shelve them for right now? Because I feel like this is still more important.
For now, yes.
If you think that the spell dropping is going to release something else, Voss, then maybe you guys need to back. Like, Voss, I don't know. What's the general range of...
I honestly have no idea. I mean, I know that. I mean, there's evocation spells that are as big as 40 foot around radius. I mean, it's
that sounds like a good number as any.
I mean, if there's a fireball sitting in this thing, I think we're all kind of fucked anyway if we're standing next to it. So, I mean, I honestly don't know. We could wait
Grave dust, not
about
bat guano.
Do what?
Is this grave dust, not bat guano?
Yeah, it's dairy creamer. I guess the question is, do we want to wait 30 minutes and wait for those auras to drop down, and then maybe I can give us a better reading? But I mean, it's kind of a toss-up at this point.
Unless anyone has any objections, I say the rest of you go about 50 to 60 feet out, and whatever happens, happens. If we sit around and wait for a half hour,
okay.
I mean, it could drop and nothing bad could happen, or it could drop and whatever that transmutation spell is could go off, and this could turn into a much worse situation.
Okay.
Right.
So
Fair points.
So who's all backing away then? That will be my question. Who's staying? Who's going?
Oliver will back up.
Everston will stay.
Douglas will back up. Douglas is going to back up like 80 foot and get behind something, just in case.
Smart. I didn't take the disease thing for the Vogue, so I'm going to go ahead and back up too.
All right.
okay.
Back up as well. So
All right. I'm gonna work on this.
All right.
All right. Thing that I've never done before. Let's see.
No pressure.
Yeah, no
None,
pressure.
zero, no pressure.
Yeah,
Zero.
that's going to be great.
Pressure.
Do you want like a bomb suit for Nora?
Yeah,
I
it's
can
like
make one of
like it's
those.
too late for
I'm
that.
sure I can.
Everston standing right there. He's a perfect wall to block all blasts with extra hit points.
All right. I'm just trying to see if there's anything that I've got that can help me
No problem.
increase my
No problem.
modifiers here, but I don't think so.
Okay.
Real quick, did we have any anti-plague on the ship? I felt like we do.
That's your guys' list, not mine. Look at the vault.
Yeah, you guys can.
We
Well,
don't-
but we didn't have my forensics dies on the vault either. So someone look up the notes. I've got them in a shared folder if you guys need them.
I think they cut and pasted everything in.
No, I didn't because my forensic dies are not in there. So,
Oh.
all right, we're doing it.
So, disarm trap,
Actually,
right?
yeah.
Okay.
$19.
Before anything happens, my question is, do you want to re-roll it or no? You have one hero point that's spare that you
Well,
got from
the fact that you're asking
from
that
the citizen of
makes me-
Merrifield.
the fact that you're asking that makes me think I should do it.
Nope,
But
I'm just asking in advance
I
before
mean,
I say
it's,
what I'm going to
it's
do.
Eric, so
well, my thing is, I rolled a 13. So if I
Pretty good.
there's a good chance of me rolling lower, and then I think I'm stuck with that.
Does Everston
one, yeah.
have the ability to aid somebody? Did you take that to be better at aiding people with attachment? You didn't take the attachment
Nope.
one?
Okay.
There's something with the Thomas that they can aid, and they're better at aiding than a normal person. I didn't know which
Yeah.
for that.
Um,
All right, well, go with it or not go with it.
I'm going to go with it because if it goes poorly, then I can use that hero point to save my hide.
So as you start to like wet the grave dust to make sure it doesn't explode out and do the things you should do to what you believe will stop this from affecting. You hear there's not fire. Red energy flares around the outside, hitting anyone within 60 foot, tendrils as they whip across and start drawing the blood from people. So Everston, you're fine. Nora, are you affected by negative energy?
I have resistance 1.
doesn't
Okay.
it heal you?
You have blood and a life force, right?
Well, I mean, I'm an abandoned. You said like their character type is undying, so I don't know what traits that gives me.
You have a life force because you have the soul in you. So
Yeah.
you're going to take damage from it, but it won't be as bad because you don't
Okay.
have blood. I can't do the full damage to you.
Right.
Voss, you do see the spell go off. Would you like to give me an Arcana or a religion? Your choice.
I don't have religion,
Alright,
so
that's
it's going to be
30 foot.
Arcana.
30-foot burst. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry?
It's a 30-foot burst.
Oh,
Not
30 foot. Copy that.
I am super glad I suggested everyone should move back at least 50 to 60 feet.
Yeah.
Roll a 1. No idea what it is.
Never seen anything like it.
Dope.
As it starts drawing soul essence from her, trying to pull blood, it hits Everston's core a few times, and you see sparks of it come off of him, but not enough to draw a ton. And you only take half damage from this, but it is still a good amount of damage. Right now, you're looking at
Do I get a save against it or anything? Or
you
does
will
someone
get a
hit my
save.
armor?
It's
Okay.
a fortitude save.
Okay. Take a look at that.
Hope your fortitude save is good.
Well, if it's not, that's why I saved the hero point. I do get a +1 because of the trap finder, though.
Or you can save it if you go down just to stabilize, which is also a good idea.
Yeah. Well, we'll see what happens. So,
All right.
I'm going to use a hero point because I don't want to critically fail.
Okay.
That was a natural 1. So,
All right.
Nice.
and that's why I saved the hero point on that instead of the trap.
All right.
That's better. That's a non-natural 20.
Okay, so you still take the damage. You do fail the save, but
Well.
you do not critically fail. As it hits, you see that essence of her pull out, like she does when she leaves her body at night, and it hits Everston a few times trying to find purchase, but it doesn't seem to be able to find the soul inside the core. Nora, you take 22 points of damage as it starts to pull your soul through the cracks, and the glyphs start to light up on the coffin lid. and you start
I'm-
to hear whispers in hollow.
I'm still up, amazingly enough.
Okay, you hear the whispers in hollow. Don't forget to take your 1 point off because there's negative energy.
Okay.
And the whispers in hollow. Everston, do you speak hollow as well? The undead language.
Yes.
Okay, you both start
I do
hearing.
too.
And with Saya Basaya. And within that, they're saying, and with the souls of others, I will be reborn.
Okay.
Good boy.
What's it saying?
Do you two speak hollow? You can make me just tell me your passive
I
perception.
do.
I might hear it. What's your passive, Drew?
It's only 13, and I'm
And give me a roll
like 50 feet.
if you have a chance to hear it at this distance.
Oh shit. 21.
So you hear the same thing. As it burst out that 30, any animal, any insect, anything in the area all gets absorbed into it. And now you hear like a wind blowing inside the coffin. And you keep hearing the same words repeated over and over again. Within about 10 to 15 seconds, those words die down and the glyphs all fade away. The grave dust kind of packs into the area you wet and dug out.
Okay.
What does the group want to do?
So everyone, like, I think, like, when Nora finally pulls away, like, she turns around and she's still up, but definitely looks more haggard, like, much
Mhm.
closer to death than she, normally looks.
Yep.
And I kind of cough a little bit. I'm like, well, that was painful. And I have a feeling that if any of you had been near it, there's a good chance you would be dead. I think we need to try and either get rid of this somehow and make sure we do it in a place where there is no life whatsoever.
Okay.
Because if we try and open it or destroy it, we could trigger the trap again, and then it will get more energy. I don't know how. I'm assuming because of what I heard and what it did to me. I'm assuming that whatever those tendrils hit, that ectoplasmic ethereal energy tears out soul energy to feed whatever's being held in it. So I could be wrong, but that's just what I've just seen and felt, quite honestly, and I kind of like rub my chest a little bit. I feel like that's a pretty fair hypothesis.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go
It
sit
had no
down.
effect on me at all. I'm fine.
I'm gonna go sit over there, and I point over by the Sky Marshal. I'm like, and I'm gonna use these, and I point to my medicine kit to try and patch myself up a little bit. Just give me like 5 minutes.
So I'm assuming the group is going to regroup back over by the air marshal, right? Okay.
That's
You regroup over by the air marshal, keeping a weary eye on the coffin in the distance, staying out of that 30-foot range. We'll say he's 90, he was or 80. He's a good distance away, and he goes, I've not seen magics like that within the true faith. No one I know trains that way. But Voss, doesn't it look kind of similar to how fettering looks? I mean, the concept is the same. If you're telling me,
yeah, you're taking a soul and you're putting it in something else. I mean, that is the essence of fettering.
right? Do you think that's what it is?
So is it just one
mean-
big reliquary?
I kind of look around and like, did anybody else make out what that thing was saying when it happened?
No, it was too far.
Yes, I literally. That's why I just explained why I think it might be collecting soul energy to reconstruct whatever's in there. I heard it say, as it gathers souls, and then I repeat like with the souls of others, I will be reborn.
Be reborn. Yeah, that's what I heard too.
So that's why I want everyone to stay away from it. And if we do try and destroy it, I want to make sure there's nothing in the area that's living.
Look, Gov.
I'm glad it just hit me.
And I'm talking to Douglas. I'm like, look, Gov, I don't. I don't know that we're equipped to deal with this thing. Like, this is major bad juju here. Like, it's not. This isn't safe. Period. Like, if you have the ability, I would say we need a fucking inquisitor here now.
I don't have an inquisitor on call.
Right. I mean, I don't think anybody does.
I can send word to the church. I can ask for a priest to come. Would be not a bad thing to gather for here.
I mean, a priest would be good, but I mean, inquisitors, like, they deal with heresy. I mean, this is something of a keeper. Like, it's
Asarak, like as far as I can tell.
Well, it's a follower of. It's not the actual Asarak.
Well, no, I'm not saying.
I mean, I would hope not.
I would hope not. But Voss, remember that guy, that Gorgon. He said he was the manager
of death. Yeah,
of death. So it could be another follow in there. It could be like the White Mule. It could be another body that's been prepped. It might be more powerful than him. I don't know. That's why I'm saying if we're going to do something,
all right.
Got to destroy it.
We leave it alone
Look,
for now. We got maybe 20, 30 minutes before those spells vanish. And then we don't know what we're dealing with. I say we put this in a wagon and move it away from the town.
I mean, that's probably not a bad idea. Where would we put it?
Somewhere between here and the fuck all not here. Like,
just put it. I mean, if we want to keep it somewhere in town, I hate to say let's continue destroying the city, but if we take it to one of the city blocks that has already been decimated by, the cannons and whatnot.
We don't know how many survivors are here. And on the ship, we just brought another set of people to help rebuild this place.
I mean, that's why I'm saying if we're going to take it somewhere, let's take it to some of the wrecked areas of Merrifield that we know that in our arrival we destroyed.
What if we took it to the crater?
No.
I think that's a horrible fucking idea. Look, I think maybe
move it up.
Gov, I think you're right. I think we find the highest point. That way the tides can't get to it. Out of town. Desolate. Rock. I mean, that's a great fucking idea, actually. The only thing we'd be able to leech onto would be skyfish that fly by.
And squirrels.
Yeah. I mean, look, here's the thing. This Asarak bloke, I don't know how much you know about him, but the last time anybody heard from him was about 3 years ago in Eisenheim. There was a whole cult that was wiped out. Hadn't really heard much of him, but the thing about it
part of the combat. I was in the fleet that attacked. I know.
Do you know about the Silver Bones then?
I know of them, and we have dealt with skeletons that are dipped. They're usually magical. It seems to give them ability to harness and cast spells.
So before I chime in another uninformed decision, what is this Asarak?
He's a keeper. Dead god. He's all about undeath and like the goal of the people they would dip highest would be to become a lich, which is one of the most potent forms of undead you can achieve. And I don't know much about it, but it is diabolic shit that gets you to that point.
It depends on who's talking about him too. He's older than I know of. He's pre-sundering for sure. But I mean, he's known as like the Devourer, the Lord of Unlife. He lost his mantle to a different keeper. And my understanding is when Honegger took over that spot, Asarak's power diminished greatly. They've been in a battle for as long as this world has been around. But the fight between them stopped at the Sundering because all of the keepers lost their power when the true faith came. That's a different conversation for a different time. But if this man or this thing, this fiend, is trying to get its power back, they reach out to people and find followers. And by the more followers they have, the stronger they get. Like Voss
House,
saying, we don't want this thing around.
Well, it's
can I get a crafting check on how elaborate that coffin is?
Sure,
From
yeah,
seeing it.
that's fine.
while he's doing that check, I'm just gonna say, well, I mean, there's already a possible following in New Bolivar, so
Yeah, that's a different issue. Which we will send.
Wait, hold up. You mean of Asarak?
Well, if what
Yes,
she's saying
Voss,
about her
you were-
case is true.
you were at the after party. You saw what happened with the white mule. You saw his corpse.
Oh, sorry, New Boulevard. I'm thinking here in Merrifield. I'm sorry. I'm all turned around. The crafting check was an 18.
It's very elaborate. It's almost
Like-
seamless. It is like dwarven quality craftsmanship. And I'm talking pre-cider dwarves.
Right. So knowing that, as unlikely as it is, would this be something that they would put Asarak in himself?
Mm-mm.
Okay.
I would never risk moving him around. That would be stupid.
Okay. Good. I'm like, yeah, I think that I think we should move him up and out and get him as far away from here as possible, up at the highest elevation possible, so that the tides can't get to him easily, if at all.
So would it also help if we put a circle of salt around the coffin and maybe committed one of our daylight lanterns?
I could take the life raft. I could fly this back to. I could fly to Cadra. That's a long trip in a lifeboat. But I do know that the air marshals have one of their larger battleships within this area. I could take it up to the patrol and have them move it to Cadra. Get it out of our hands entirely.
Well, I think first of all,
Yeah,
we
10
need to
minutes
get it.
before the spells are gone.
Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. Like, I think first of all, we need to move it out of this area and up, because if it does blow up again, you on a life raft with it is not going to be the best place for you or it, because
No.
then it's gonna take you. It's gonna fall into the dark skies, and then it's like it's gonna be bad. I'm just saying. I think we move it up the hill, out of arm's reach.
We'll load it on one of
And
the
we do
life
that now,
and we move it out. It's going to be the quickest way.
right? Everston, since
He-
this thing
he
can't
starts
really
to
affect
back
you.
Then I'll have one of the crew members do it. Doesn't matter. We're moving it. We don't have time to talk. And he walks over to the air tower and he whistles up for a life raft. And some people unload one and drop it down. And they load it on there. And they're skimmers. They don't go high above the ground. Tides, they can fly a little higher, but it'll take it at least up to the hill and get it out of here. He's like, I'll take it with one of the crew members. We'll get it away from here. Feel free to follow if you want. But I
Again,
now,
Gal, I don't know if you should be the one taking it, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, well, I don't think you should be taking it either.
Right, and I point to Everston. What? It doesn't fucking affect him. Let him take
It's a
it up.
life raft for a person who is not large. I already have a coffin in here. It won't fly with him.
I have an idea.
I could do it.
Just turn it on and he can push it.
The point is, taking a life raft of two individuals whose souls can be tampered with whatever it did, is not a good idea, Douglas.
But I'm not going to
That's-
stand.
When the seals break, we don't know what happens. I think we take a life raft. I think we take one of the harpoon mooring lines, if we can, and we just moor it in the sky until we can have someone come and collect it, and we can monitor from afar what happens when it detonates in 15 minutes.
You want to hang it in the sky where there's fish and things like that.
You're going
Living-
to take it in the sky as well, and your essence are much more potent than a fish.
I'm gonna land it on that hill, and he like points to a hill like half a mile out.
You
All right,
see
then we'll.
Al, if
we
you
got to
want,
do something.
do
We're
it
less
your
than
way,
10 minutes away. We got to go.
Oliver, if you want to do it your way, I need a diplomacy versus him. I'll give you a +2 because he is in a shitty state.
You have a great track record with this.
I
Go-
do. I have a fantastic track record at this.
You got it. I
Yeah,
believe
you won't
in
stab in the throat or anything.
No.
Oh,
Not one. Oh no, my rapier slipped into your throat.
Oh, my bad.
Got 1 hero point. That's it right now.
Dun dun dun.
You just eat it and let him do it.
I got an
Um,
18.
Okay. Is that with the +2?
That is with the +2, yeah.
So he goes, who do you want to have take it then? We're not taking the ship with it. I'm not risking that. That's my negotiation.
I'm not going to risk my crew again. I'm not going to risk you. You have the experience. I'll go.
Okay. Fine. Captain should take it. I will not argue that. And your crew might earn a little respect from you. You need it right now. And there's no crew around. It's just the PCs that are here. He's like, take it. And they like lower it down. Everston and a couple people can load it on and set it down. And it does bow hard and it does not want to fly. Coffin is heavy. So give me your pilot check. Nothing hard, really basic. Take it out there. More about time than anything else. As everybody watches you sail out across the land.
That die like 7s. 15.
Okay. So you take it out across the land. And as he gets to the edge of the hill and he starts to come up and over, like cresting, you see the first wave of tides crash into the other side of the hill. And they surround the hill like a pool. It is midday. And they diminish and push back away as the sun dissolves them into the earth. Park the boat there. You have no way to unload it from the boat by yourself. It's too heavy. Dumping it or something.
Did I get a mooring line?
I mean, sure.
So first, Oliver's going to moor it.
Okay.
Which will double as a zip line in case he needs to bail like immediately.
So where are you mooring it to?
The hill. Like he'll drop the line into the hill at the peak. And then he'll begin letting air out of the balloon.
Off the boat?
He'll begin letting air out of the balloon to lower the distance.
These are skimmers. These work off of a different system. You don't have any balloon. They just fly. But they don't go that high.
Okay.
They're more like a canoe. Not a canoe. They're more like a pontoon boat. They float.
Is there a way to lessen the energy output so it lowers?
You could try to take it off, but no matter if you lower it, it's still going to stay with you. Its weight. You would have to literally drag it off the back of the ship. It's going to hit ground. It does not get low enough to like drop it on the ground easily. There's just no way to do that. It's like taking a coffin out of a canoe. Good luck.
But can I get it low enough to diminish the effects of an impact if I were to cut it? Because right now I'm envisioning skimmer.
It's still going to drop at least 1 to 2 feet.
Okay.
I mean, it's on earth, though. It's not on stone. I'll tell you what. Give me a pilot check to do this successfully. I'm telling you right now, the DC's an 18.
Okay.
As everybody watches in the distance.
That's a 50-50 shot.
You just need an 11. It's one more than half. It'll be fine.
No problem. You'll be fine. You'll be fine.
Just
I'll
inspire
get a hero
yourself.
point for him.
All for one.
23.
So as you lower it and dump it off, and it hits into the dirt and kind of hits on an angle and sticks. You start pulling away. As you do, everyone else can see it too. The grass starts to decay on the hill. And it stops at the base, about 30 foot from it, as it just devours anything living. As you fly back to the group. 10 minutes pass. Magic, if you put up detect magic, I don't know how close you want to get to be able to see read aura, because I think it's only like 30 foot.
Oh, me?
I don't know if you want to get that close.
Probably not.
So in the distance, you put a timer, look at your pocket watch.
Can Oliver get a spyglass before it goes off?
Yeah, you can spyglass it while it's going on. It doesn't glow or anything. When it hits ground, it just starts decaying anything living.
That might explain why the food got wrecked.
That's kind of what I was thinking. I was wondering if it might be the coals. Yeah, detect magic and read aura are both 30 feet, so I wouldn't be able to.
Probably not going to get that close.
Yeah, no.
Unless you have the ability to extend how far you can see. Give it 10, 15, 20 minutes, your choice. My question to the group is, after this happens, are you going back to it, or are you just leaving that fucking thing there?
I feel like, sorry to offer you up as the guinea pig, Everston, but I feel like we should send Everston. Well, just because he won't be affected by the magics, if we just send Everston to do like a flyby, or I mean, I could go with him. That way we can see if it's still open or not. Because if we leave it and we just let it sit there, it could come bite us in the ass later.
With the coffin out of it, you could easily put Everston and somebody else in it.
My question was, and like before they leave, I'll ask my Gov, can you take some salt and just run a ring around that fucker while you're up there?
Sure. Take a bag with you. Totally fair. So, I mean, who's going back then?
Everston, do you want to go by yourself, or do you want me to go with you? Because I have the Quiet Allies feat.
No, that's fine. If you want to go, that's good. I don't think salt's gonna sit there in the open air with the wind and everything. So, shouldn't we have like a hose or something full of it by now? Aren't we that smart?
Yeah. I was gonna say, like, can we get like some tubing of some sort?
You could fill tubing to do it. You could probably get supplies from one of the local areas that they use for like running water and stuff like that, because they do have that. Copper pipe in a circle could work as well. Rope soaked in salt water could work for a while.
I mean, I don't know if we have a batch of salt water just sitting around, though.
Well, I mean, they made a lot of them when they were fighting the Akata off the ship. There might be some still left.
I would say there's some left. You wouldn't have got rid of it knowing that Akata live here.
Okay.
I would say there's enough.
Oh, yeah. We'd probably be making some just so we had it on hand if they came back.
Yeah. You probably have some ready. I would be fair with that. So you could soak a rope, or you could fill some form of bladder and wrap it around there. Go get sausage casing.
Well, I was going to say, do we want to maybe grab like a water skin of salt water and then like get it, like soak the rope like when we get there so it doesn't dry out on the way?
Sure. Yeah,
or do we
do that too?
And
or
then that way,
I'm fine with the tube idea.
I kind of like the tube idea better. Just because that won't dry out. It'll just house the salt in it.
I mean, I do too, but it was more like, what do we have on hand and how quickly can we get it set up?
10 minutes.
If you're willing, well, no, you got to run around and get it. If you're willing to spend an hour, I would say you could probably get the stuff together for it within the city and the ship. You're talking two very distant places.
Let's do the rope idea first, and then follow up with the tubing.
I was going to say, why don't we do the rope with the salt water as the stopgap?
Okay.
While you guys set up.
If that's what everyone wants to do, everybody wants to do that. All right. So I'm going to cut then. The camera will cut to you guys coming back with the tubing. You want the first lap out, put the salted rope down around it. Everything is decayed. You kind of lay it out from the lifeboat. The second one is a tube that you have filled with water. You end up finding this tubing at the ethergraph place because they have tubes that they run through the lines. So you could easily get that and fill it. There's really no hoses yet. You could make a more permanent version later on with like copper piping. That's how you would do it traditionally, and make a ring of copper pipe with it. The second time you come out and you set down that bladder of that ether graph piece around it, the coffin is not moved. All the sigils are dead. The grass around it's dead. The bushes in the areas are dead. There are dead birds that have like landed on it that are decayed and dead, and decayed all the way down to bone.
Okay, that's terrible.
Douglas says, I don't think there's really much else to do, but I do think we should leave a crew member about 50 foot out to patrol the area until we decide what we're going to do with this. I mean,
that would probably help keep animals away too, yeah?
Yeah, sure. Give them a pistol.
At least big ones. Well, no, I'm saying like deer won't come walking around if there's somebody making noise.
We can get a fence around it, whatever we need to do. But for now, we put a person there until we decide what's going on. Is there anything else that we need to discuss? Because that was a shitty surprise for my morning. I'm not going to lie.
Right.
It could have been worse. It could have gone undetected.
100% right. It still wasn't good.
It wasn't great.
Nora. It wasn't great, but it could have went worse. You are correct, Nora. Let's go up to the tower. Let's send a person down to set up patrol. We'll set up patrols for that until the Whisper is ready to leave again for supplies. Now that we know we're short supplies, we did bring some civilians back. There are 2 more ships coming tomorrow, bringing us around 60-something people to start helping rebuild Merrifield.
And
We'll
let's
have laborers here.
send a missive to New Bolivar as well.
Well, then we can just send Jin back through the graph to send a message. It'll take 4 hours. Is better than flying back and forth. Get your message ready.
Just a point of interest here. What we do any background checks or anything on any of these blokes that showed up on this? And so there's no chance any of them are occultists hiding
Every
in our
single one of them
midst.
has been through a circle of truth before they arrive here.
Right.
First thing that happened, the Emerald Order made sure that happened, and then a few of them that we questioned, we had one of the spirits possess them and get us the answers that we needed.
Not to cast suspicion on your crew, Captain Hastings, Sky Marshal Duval, but was the crew put through that same type of heavy questioning?
Absolutely. At least my people were. Maybe not Oliver, but I don't know if Oliver, if he's from a Hastings family. Trust is in the name.
Okay.
Nora's like, oh, it's got to be his fault.
I mean, this Jerry guy is a little suspicious on my list right now. So
Who is Terry?
No, Jerry, the guy who
Jerry,
would find the knots by the barrel and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's probably a red herring, but still.
So with that, as you guys gather back up in that same room we were in before, I will move us back over to the air tower. Move us back over to that, and we're all set up in here. Douglas says, I have some news as well, and I have a few things that I recommend that we do. All right. Oh boy. We need to figure out how we're going to rebuild Merrifield. I've brought workers. We have people who are going to start getting residential stuff set up right away for places for them to stay. But how do we want to go about? How do we want to go about this? We don't have a mayor. We have no one to run this town. We were sent to do nothing more than start cleaning out the ghosts, capture them, send them back to the Emerald Order. What exactly do we have planned for how to do this? And he kind of looks around the room.
I mean, I think you kind of hit the nail on the head, Gov. I don't think there is a plan. I think, well, we'll say this. Roger could act as a foreman. I mean, he knows the town. He used to work on the streets, and he can put people to work. I mean, he understands the workflow of the situation.
Roger. Oh, the Thomas you fixed.
Exactly. Yeah, that guy.
I am not opposed to that. Have you spoke to Roger about doing this already?
I mean, briefly, he kind of. We had conversations as I was helping him put him back together, and I mean, I don't think he's adverse to the idea because he's kind of built for it, if you know what I mean. So I mean, it's a possibility. I haven't outright asked him, but we've chatted about it a little bit.
Who found Roger? And he kind of looks to the 4 of you.
I did.
And does he seem like someone in your eyes that'd be willing to do this?
I was there when Everston found him.
Well, to both of you then. Does he seem like someone who'd be willing to help?
What's the job you want him to do?
Foreman, kind of
Foreman,
like what
like
he
a labor worker, like to keep
Ki-
people in order.
kind of what he was
Oh.
doing when he was working for the Everstons in his new body.
Yeah, for
Position
those
of
that
power would be
watch
fine
side
for
quests,
him. Don't expect him to be your servant, but if he isn't giving the orders, I think he'll be just right.
He did say he used to actually do that for the Everston Estate before things went
he
south.
was a farmer. Before that, a butler.
Well, he was a farmer and a butler, but he did do, as a butler, he did a lot of managing the household. As a
Correct.
farmhand, he worked with Gregory, and honestly, for the past couple of years, he's been the only one taking care of things. So,
All right. Well, he sounds like the most likely candidate, at least until we get some more people here. I've sent out word that we're going to be repairing residential areas here, on top of residential, that we will be hopefully getting some places of commerce up and running. The town square in Merrifield is in pretty bad conditions. It's going to take time to rebuild that, but I think we can get some other pieces up and running before then. Looking around the room, he kind of scans everybody, sees looks on their face, takes a read of the room. He's like, originally I had hoped that Oliver or myself could do it, but in my current condition, I don't think it's smart for me to be running anything. If something goes south, replacing me quickly is going to be a hassle. If we don't want to do a mayor yet, because we don't have one from either New Bolivar or somewhere, whoever survived in this government, not Terry. Terry's not doing it, but another survivor that is here. Then maybe we go with a council approach. It's a group, make decisions until we find someone we believe can be a mayor. That's my vote. What do you all think?
I mean, council probably wouldn't be bad. Are you suggesting that we're going to do this ourselves?
Maybe not. I think we put Terry on it. I think he should be, since he's the heart of all of the conversation that comes in and out of here, he might be a good one to have. I think
Just
Jin
love him.
should be on the council.
Say again, Jin?
I think Jin should be on the council as someone who represents the spirits in the area. He could probably help us a lot with that part of the process.
After working with
Great.
my family's business, I could help with administration and paperwork.
And it could be a good start for him too as a noble in the city. We don't have to keep these positions. I myself thinks we don't. We don't have time to be doing this, but the day-to-day things that need to happen are going to need our oversight. And it takes less time to help push people in a direction to actually do the work ourselves. As you know, looking at, this floor that Oliver did, it took him a week. Us telling someone to do it and checking in takes a day at most.
Yeah, it's true. I mean, yeah.
We put those 3 on?
Sure. Although I will say, I mean, if Jin's busy taking care of, clerical matters, not the priestly kind, but just paperwork and stuff, it's not, I mean, he's not going to be too handy for us to use if we need him. Also, if we're running messages back to New Bolivar.
Right, but if the town meeting's once a week and you send him back and forth, he's there and back in a day. That means that they are up to date. It's the reason he is here.
Right,
I
I'm just
mean,
saying, if
he
he's
might-
allocated for that, it might be difficult. But yeah, I mean, if that's why he was sent, then let's do it.
I mean, the other point in Jin's favor is because he will be in contact with New Bolivar, he'd be able to update the rest of the council on what type of support can be provided or what might not be able to be provided if New Bolivar is going through their own issues. I feel like having that direct line of contact to the Emerald Order and the True Faith would be helpful to Terry and Oliver in
You got to
their
think
decision
he's been
making.
doing this. He's been doing this for the expansion gentleman out of the Emerald Order as well. So this is not new to him. At least I don't feel it is. And let's be honest, do we really want to do this the full time? I would rather have somebody else take over. I think our next order of operations is finding other people to do this.
No, you're right. You're right. I'm preoccupied with the crater of flesh-eating arcata that are down there. That it's
not fixing that.
I mean, I'm
Really?
preoccupied. I'm preoccupied with the fact that we've got potentially 2 cults within a couple of days, or 2 cult cells within a couple of days of each other.
All right.
So we all have a lot on our plate. I think that having people who aren't focusing on this full time as part of the council is
yeah. No, you're right. You're right. Absolutely.
Well, we can use, no offense, Oliver, but what we can use Oliver for is his nobility stamp of approval for things. That's a big deal. Notoriety from a noble is going to go a long way when we make decisions here. If he does nothing else but stamp things, fuck it. We just need to get this place running. Now, with that said, there's only a few buildings standing that are worthwhile. The Air Tower, which we're taking over and is in the middle of remodels. The Everston Estate, which I believe we have a deed to, according to Everston himself here. We need to look at how to get in. Yep, Everston Estate. And we need to look into some of the buildings that are still intact.
Do we have a granary that is intact? Because we need a place to store food if we're going to have 60 some odd people coming to our town.
There's 2 silos on the Everston Estate. Those are outside of the fence. We can empty those, clean them, and start rebuilding. We could have grain shipped in on the next shipment if we can get those cleaned in time.
So then my input would be the Everston Estate should take priority.
Wait, hang on. Am I making this up? But I thought I remember something about a silo that was possibly still intact.
Yeah, there's one in the city. One of the people that Nora had spoke to that came back on the train had mentioned it. Yes.
And I believe they said that might have had enchantments. I believe they said it had enchantments to keep the food from going bad. They're just not sure if there's actually any food in there. So we could investigate that and see if the magics are still intact at least. I mean, I'm not holding out hope that there's any food in there just because of all the looting we've seen since we've been here, obviously before we arrived. But I'm hoping that whoever looted it, if they looted it, didn't damage anything that can't be repaired.
Wait, that was on the Everston Estate?
No, it was one of the 2 silos within town.
Yeah, it's on the other side of the town, the west side. Everston
Well,
Estate.
I mean, clothing, shelter, food, like those are the 3 main ones that we need. So maybe we check that next.
We have clothing. We have seeds for farming. We have the enchanted waters needed for the soil. That's all set. We brought farmers and laborers with us, but we don't have a place for them to stay, so the laborers are working on that. If we could get the Everston Estate up and running, at least we'd have enough rooms to house people in, if Everston's okay with that, until we get some of the city built. That is the biggest place here with enough rooms to house. The blueprints that we have for the Everston Estate says that it can sleep something around 60 to 100 people with all the extra barracks, or not barracks, coach houses around the area. Guest houses, right? Yes, guest houses. I mean, they have a guest house, a coach house. They had a rail platform where the train would pull through their area to load their farming, like their crops and stuff onto the ship. This place is a good hub to set up, but we can't get into the damn building with the gate being locked.
Well, we don't have a key.
I need to give a sidelong glance to Everston, considering how our side quest ended.
Biggest mistake of my character's career.
So far. I mean, we all
Lying
have
to Nora.
I was
No,
told
to lie to
specifically not to listen to that because it didn't involve me, so I have no clue what happened.
Oh my god, it was so good. Everything was going so good until the very end for Everston.
You should watch it after this episode. That's what I would say.
So
I just give a sidelong glance to Everston. Like I'm gonna wait and see what he says.
So the locks on the estate need to be broken in. or unlocked?
Gate. The gate is the problem. It's magically enchanted. We can't get through. People have tried climbing it. It just grows taller.
And the house is supposedly haunted.
Oh, good. That's lovely.
That's an easy thing to fix, though. He points to
I mean,
Or a situation, it just makes the most sense.
I may have a way to get in, but it's as I haven't had time to test it.
What's the way to get in?
Unlocking the gate.
wait, what?
Unlocking
Wait,
the
do
gate
we
with
not-
what, Everston?
Do we have the key?
Maybe, I'm not sure yet.
And
Right.
then I finally speak up. Like, I think that's probably our best bet, Everston. Piecing everything together.
Okay. I've obviously missed something here, but whatever. It's same day, different day, same story. Should we make that our next plan of attack, so to speak?
I would say so. And then if there's any way we can... And then if we stumble upon the family of whoever sent that missive,
Margaret?
Margaret, yes. We should probably help her out as well. More hands will help in rebuilding the town.
So then, Douglas says, let me just make sure we're on the same page. The cartographer's off to the side now, like sketching out Merrifield and doing some stuff. And he looks up and he goes, Douglas, I probably won't have this map done for another week or so, but if someone could, if any of you are able to draw, but if you get in the estate and you could give me a little bit of a layout, I would much appreciate that. They won't take the airship for me just so I can draw what I see. Apparently, it's a waste of resources.
I'm sure someone will be able to map it for you once we're in.
Oliver sidelong glances at Voss.
What?
I kind of shake
Were
my
you
head
thinking
like,
about just tying me to a balloon and putting me up there so I can sketch it out? That's not happening.
I'm good at note taking, not drawing. And I put my notes back in my detective's kit.
I mean, I'm good at writing down and copying formulas and stuff. I suppose that's not that different from making little boxes around a square. I mean, maybe I'll do my best if I get a chance to.
All right.
Yeah.
That's all I had to ask. Sorry for interrupting you. And Douglas, like, it's fine, Rickley. It's fine. Then, if we're on the same page, Everston, where's this key?
I'll produce what I have and explain what it is.
What does it look like, Todd?
Oh, God.
Man. Yeah. No, like, as Everston pulls this out, I think Nora just smirks a little bit.
I
But
was
doesn't
absolutely
say
looking
anything.
at Kelly's face when Eric started talking, and she was just like,
Oh no!
I'm so excited to hear what you're about to say.
Tried
Me
finding
too,
out.
because I think I forgot what it was. I was so
Do you want me to
upset
whisper it?
Kelly. I was so upset with lying to Kelly and not getting away with it in our side quest. No, I know what.
Okay.
I know. Yeah, it's I was being facetious.
Okay, I was gonna be like, whoa.
It is a cat's collar. I'll pull that from my storage.
Oh, you're not going to produce the rest of it?
Well, yeah, if I have to, but I mean,
Is it a whole cat? A dead cat?
No.
no. It's a cat's reliquary.
Sure, yeah. The
Why?
cat's reliquary is a cat's paw inside of a glass dome with an intricate bottom to it and the collar around it with a name that says Calliope. It's just a cat's paw.
This is Calliope, and I believe this is the key.
Oliver's just gonna be staring at the cat's paw reliquary.
Hang on. So that's this is obviously a reliquary, like the cat is in this thing.
Yeah,
Yes.
absolutely.
100%.
The cat was acting as a cat does. It was both turns affectionate and very standoffish when I talk to it on
Wait, the cat can talk.
well,
What?
on Remembrance.
Any relic during Day of Remembrance, any reliquary can talk. You can talk to it for like 10 minutes, I think, or something.
But
is that right? 10
cats-
minutes?
Depends on the power of it, yeah.
Yeah.
Don't disparage my investigative skills, Captain Hastings.
So, but the cat.
Obviously, Nora speaks cat. Are you about to actually question that? Look at her. She's aces, man.
Nora, I apologize for questioning your ability of speaking feline.
I give Nora a quick wink.
Well, I mean, in addition to that, it had a collar, and in talking to some of the other reliquaries Everston and I had found, the cat belonged to the grandmother, Loretta Everston, and that cat had free reign of the entire estate because of that collar.
Neat. That's awesome. Hold up real quick. Other reliquaries, where? How many? What? Where'd y'all find reliquaries?
There's 4, and they are being properly stored right now.
Are they in the vault?
Part of
Yes. I mean, 3 of them are safe. 1 of them is questionable.
Right here.
1 of them is cracked and doesn't have anything in it, which I've been investigating in my off time.
Wait, what?
But the important thing is that we do have more information about the Everston Estate and how to get in there than we did when we arrived.
Sure.
This is all true.
I don't want to say anything more than
true.
that right now, just because I'm still in the process of doing some investigation.
But Everston, you
Right.
think the cat is the key to get through the gate into this estate?
Cat, from what we've learned, is the only individual able to enter any room in the house. That's what we're going to do.
It's our best shot. What was the cracked
Very true.
reliquary?
The cracked reliquary was potentially a relative of Everston's. That's one of the reasons I'm investigating. I want to see if that crack is related to the supposed hauntings.
All right then.
So is that the game plan then? So now my question is going to be: do you produce the vial or the dome, and are you taking the key out? Is anyone taking a look at it? Is anything happening with that, or are you just kind of showing it and putting it back away?
No, someone wants to investigate it to figure out how it works. That's fine with Everston. The sooner he can get in there and get shit sorted, the better.
Voss will take a look at it, yeah.
Okay. So it is a beautiful collar. It is made of a blue leather with frilled lace on the inside, in the middle of the leather. There is a piece on it that says Calliope, and in another language, it does say Loretta's love.
So the lace is like almost beveled in between 2 pieces of leather around the collar?
Yep.
Okay.
Nice piece. The piece that's on it is gold plated and lots of filigree to it. And the paw itself is, did we say it was a tabby cat? Wasn't it like orange?
You said it's like a Maine Coon.
Maine Coon, that's right. It's a Maine Coon that is
God.
orange, black with a little bit of white.
Okay. Do you want a fettering check on this?
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, yeah. Am I using my tools for this check, or is it just in
nothing to use
examination?
This would be actually
Okay, cool.
lore. This would be lore. Your lore.
Copy. So that's a 24.
Okay. So it is definitely a relic. It is beautifully made. The taxidermy definitely has something to do with it. The paw itself is probably the key and not the collar.
Okay. Like a
The
cat's
collar
paw to
for
pry
a
something
name and
open.
who it is and signifying what it is. So you have the name of the individual. Just like normally you would inscribe it on whatever you use for the reliquary. That's probably
Yep.
what this is.
Okay. Anything else I could discern about it?
Nothing other
With,
than that. And if it's a relic, that means you probably have to be near whatever activates the key. But it's very possible. If it was remembrance, you could speak to the cat, but today is not remembrance.
Got it.
Remembrance won't be till tomorrow. You could delay and deal with that tomorrow. That is up to the group. But it has more power to it than just holding a soul. You know that for sure. With like a read aura and detect magic, you easily can tell that it does.
Yeah, I'd pop all those. Okay, cool.
On it.
Okay.
Enchantment and transmutation, actually.
God. Yeah, Gov. I think this is it. Not so much the collar, but I think it's actually the port itself. And I hand it back to Everston. I think that's actually the key. We could maybe learn more about it tomorrow if we want to wait, or we could go try it today and see what happens. And then if nothing happens, wait till tomorrow and ask it. If it does talk. But I think I think you're on the right track. I think the pot itself is the key. But it's got to be near the gate, obviously, in order to work.
All right.
Then let's go.
So that's what Douglas says. He's like, "Are you gonna do this today, or are we going to wait so you can speak to it again?" Unless Nora, you got all the information you need. I mean, cats didn't really talk. It was more affectionate and like mental.
Yeah, I know. They're like talking to the cat, and I'm like,
hilarious.
Nope. Mental image. Nora can talk to cats now.
Yeah.
Definitely making a
completely
Nora is aces. That is 100% happening.
That's the new canon.
I mean, the reason we came to that conclusion, and I point to Everston as well, is when we summoned the cat, it didn't speak, but we noticed the collar on it, and then between that and the information that we had learned from the other relics is that, the cat was able to get throughout the house, and how would a cat be able to get through the house and bypass all the locks unless it had some sort of enchanted collar or trinket to bypass those wards? And then that's when I had asked Everston if maybe he had anything, and we found the collar and matched it up with the relic.
Yep, that is all correct.
I mean, rich people, I wouldn't put it past him to put cat doors in each room so it could just come and go as it pleased.
So then on the morrow, we're going to the estate.
Well, no, I thought we were going now.
Let's go.
So with that, I'm going to describe the gate and what's going on, and I will pause this for our 13-minute break. So as you walk up to the estate, who is all going is my first question. Just the four of you and Jin, I assume?
Yeah, definitely taking Jin.
Okay, so leaving Douglas behind. Fair?
Especially with this place but being haunted, who knows what we might run into, even with the key.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
I feel like Nora's making these decisions because we don't have a doctor right now with him. Like, I'm sure the doctor's on ship. So if he's
straight up.
Well, I think we should go, and I'm like, actually, your health records indicate.
Okay, so as you get up to the gate, there's this gorgeous cast iron gate that is made. It is taller than a person. It is about the height of Everston. And even if Everston tests and goes to reach over it, the gate grows beyond his reach. And it has this almost broken perspective of it, like moving towards the sky. When he moves his hand away, in his view, the gate is yet again at a height where you should be able to reach it. When you all watch him do it, you see the gate do the same thing. It kind of grows in size. When he moves his hand away from it, it shrinks back down. When you're near the gate itself, there is a huge E in thornic-like embossed lettering in the center of the gate, where it would split in two. There's a road that goes out. It looks like it goes in and circles around like a fountain area with the coach house on one side. There's a front guest house on another side. And then the ginormous, and not the best repair building. Don't get me wrong. It is still intact. It's just not as good as it should be. You hear a slight sound of a cat go, when you guys hit near the gate. and you hear the jingle of the charm inside of the glass container. Door does not move. Nothing opens. What does the group want to do before we go to break?
I'm going to listen and see if maybe the meow and the jingle like went a certain way. Like if it echoed, like the cat was like, "Oh, I'm at the gate. I need to turn here to get inside." Like,
Gotcha. All right. Anybody else? Before I answer anyone, or you can follow. Lee. I guess that's an option.
What does it say on the collar again? Says has the name Calliope
Loretta's
and then
Love.
Loretta's Love.
Loretta's Love.
Oliver's just going to start petting the top of the glass dome for lack of anything better to do that's more productive.
Okay. So you're creeping up to the door, right? Is that what you said, Oliver? Did I hear that right?
Oliver's
gonna do
petting Oliver's
Oliver's
petting
petting
the
the dome.
reliquary, I guess.
Are you taking the glass dome off of it? That is my question.
Is that a thing that I can do?
Yeah, it basically unscrews out of the metal. It's not like a metal stand inside of it. I'm like an arm tied, the taxidermy paw is tied to the arm that is in there.
Has anyone else tried taking the dome off?
I'm sure that
It was actually
he did. So if you were investigating it earlier, you would have done that. That's up to you, but
Oliver will take the dome off while we're in proximity to
All right,
the
so
estate.
take the dome off. The meowing is a little louder. It doesn't sound as faint. Here.
Calliope.
No
could you
cat
give us-
invisible anywhere. There's no visible cat or anything.
He's
Just
talk-
auditory from the relic itself.
He's talking to the paw.
Okay, what are you saying to it? And do
Calliope.
you have nature?
Calliope.
Calliope. Calliope, could you perhaps get us inside past the gate?
Give me a nature roll.
Oliver doesn't have nature.
You can still do it. Doesn't matter.
I didn't say you can still roll.
You
I
can
got
think
20.
untrained.
I got 21 perception to see if I could hear the echoing.
Everybody who's within 10 foot of it can hear. 5 foot. 5 foot of it can hear it right now. Otherwise, it's very faint.
I got a 12. I got a 12.
A 12?
I got a 12.
Okay. It meows again, and there's a slight recoiling hiss, but not loud.
Not me. It's not me.
I'll I'll go to reach for it. I'm like, oh wait, I'm a fucking bird. It might not might not really
I'll
react
tell you
well to
it's
me.
harder for you. That is the estate that I put on the screen for everybody.
Or Calliope might be like, heck yeah, mealtime, and listen to you.
Yeah, I don't want that either. That's terrible. I don't want to get eaten by a fucking spirit cat.
I look at Everston, and then I kind of shrug and say, "Do you want to try Everston? I guess it's technically
Oh.
your family's cat."
True.
go
Everston
on.
was kind of
Go
just
on,
like
Gov.
looking at the estate instead. He's like,
What? Yeah. Cat, open the gate.
Nature.
Everston, the cat has a name. Her name's Calliope.
That is amazing.
Cat, open the gate.
Open it now.
my nature. Oh boy.
Maybe being standoffish is the proper way to deal with the cat.
4.
Mm-hmm.
Nope.
4.
Nope, it's not the proper way to deal with the cat.
Just
For fuck's sake. All right, give me the cat. Give me the cat.
and the
All right,
gate.
lovey.
You hear the gates clank like and clang together.
All right. Calm down. Calm down. It's all right. No, we're friends. We're absolutely friends. Remember that. That's
I'm telling you, it's harder than theirs. Because you're a bird.
I got a 7, and I think that's the highest rolled so far. So fuck it.
7 in total.
Oh my god.
No, I don't have nature. Sorry, I don't have nature.
It hisses. Since it is fettered, you could force it to do its job through intimidation.
Oh, I don't want to do that. Wait, could I roll diplomacy? Because that's or fettering.
You could
since it is a fettered object.
It's fettered. You could do fettering if you want to try to do it that way. It's a different process. You could try it.
Why don't? Can we just let me try?
Right. There you go.
This is my second investigation for the day. The haunting of the
Chalk it up.
The haunting of the Everston Estate. I take my minute. That'll give me a +1 on trying to convince this cat.
So everyone's huddled around this cat paw on a stand with a bracelet or with a collar, and everyone's watching.
Oliver's going to do all for one as well. And he's be like, all right, Nora, you got this. You speak cat. I believe full-heartedly that of all of us, you'll be able to communicate with the spirit.
Okay, let's see how this goes.
My God, that's getting clipped. Oh.
Wow.
I got 20 on the nose to assist with diplomacy.
So you get a +1, right?
Yep.
Okay.
All right, give me that roll.
I'm getting a +2 to my nature check to talk to Calliope.
There's no way that you speak cat is the difference.
Here it comes. Nat 20. Here it comes.
I'm sure you got one.
Calliope.
He's not going to get another
Calliope,
one.
I know you've been like I'm going to talk to this cat. All right, F it. Calliope, I know it's been so many years since you've had contact with anyone, being isolated from your mother and the woman who cared for you. Don't you want to take a look at your old house again?
Okay. Give me your roll.
I got a 15.
That's all you fuckers needed. If you whisper that,
I speak
the
cat.
gates rattle and they stop. And to the lower left-hand side, a door, a small gate opens. It's maybe the size of a cat.
Okay.
And that is it. And it opens up.
Told you she speaks fucking cat.
I won't doubt you ever again, Voss. I promise.
Somebody write that down. I want that minted on a plate.
Now, there is an area that is dug underneath, like the cat's burrowed to kind of make it underneath the gate here. You can see that image of it now. And as that happens, Nora, you start to glow, and everybody else sees her glow. And she shrinks down to the size of the cat.
Hell yeah, dude. An abandoned cat? Get on my level.
She's still abandoned. She's just
I know.
She's just wee.
She's just a wee Nora.
I'm a wee Nora.
And I will cut there for the wee Nora.
Jesus Christ.
Figure out what's going to happen here. Everybody who's watching, awesome. We're going to take a 13-minute break. We'll put on the next part of Nosferatu, followed by the intermission. Or not the intermission, but the intro. I will say this. If you have loot cards ready that are Merrifield based, or anyone, it doesn't matter, or you purchase some more and you want to play them, feel free to crank those puppies out during intermission and I can check them when I get back. I'm going to get another drink, use the bathroom, and we'll be back in 13 minutes, everybody. Enjoy Nosferatu. All right, and we're back, everybody. First off, before we dive in to Nora being a tiny person after talking to a cat for 4 minutes, let's quickly. I want to thank Norse Foundry. You can find their stuff in there. If any of you want to do the merch and the Norse Foundry thing in the stream, so it pops up. It's not already there. Norse is sponsoring us. 15% off any purchase in their store. Whole purchases, even like the elk dice, the crazy ass shit that they have. 2, coming up here, you're going to see some of Jason Bowman's blue tile maps. He was nice enough to give us the stuff needed to reuse his maps on the show. I love them. They're super easy to click and play if you run Roll20 stuff. And then last, I got to say thank you to all the people who've been buying merch while we're streaming, when we're not streaming. The card packs will be active. You can turn them in even when we're off air. I would recommend not turning in the hero points and stuff like that, but like all the Merrifield stuff, we will collect that data. This Friday, I'm going to do my Under the Tides, and then we'll dive right into Merrifield Town Hall if you want to help build the city. There is a map, but I'm not showing it this episode because I wanted to see what loot cards we got today and what they could start process of building for our 2 weeks of downtime after tonight. But enough of that shit. Let's get into Nora being a tiny person crawling through a cat door. Because that just, I think that's the first time in 30 something years of, well, I'll say 20 something years, 29 years, 30 years of gaming that I've had someone crawl through a cat door. I've had a dog door, just not a cat door. So, Nora, tiny Nora.
All right.
Is Drew is eating on camera.
Yeah.
Busted.
I mean, it doesn't matter. It's not like
Shit.
he won't be involved because he's not the size of a cat right now.
Shit.
Voss is just eating pickled eyes. It's fine.
I'm just everyone shake your head at him.
At least he's muted.
So Nora, you're tiny.
I'm tiny.
There's a little cat door. And inside that cat door, now that you're the right size, you can see that you can go through into the courtyard, or you can go into the small tunnel that it is dug on the other side of the fence.
Oof. All right. I'm the size of a cat, and I don't necessarily feel very comfortable being separated from my much taller.
You can see them behind you. They're just large right now.
Right.
We can see her, right?
Yeah, you can see her. The object she was holding, though, did not shrink. It is still large and sitting on the ground next to her.
Oh, boy.
All right. Maybe Everston should have done something better than cat open the door. I'm gonna
Perfect Everston line.
Yeah.
I like what she scraped by with just the right number, and now she's like shaming me. That's great. That's great.
Because you've got the strength to carry this huge box is now very large, and I can't carry it.
Oh, okay.
With my whopping 12 strength.
Or what would you like to do?
Everston's tiny, just walking around like a little maitre d'.
Just a little rock and sock and robot. If everything else with me shrunk, except for the relic, I guess I'm gonna try and go through the tunnel. I'll light a torch and make my way in. If I get eaten,
tiny torch.
I get eaten. Yeah.
Okay. Is anybody else going to do anything to follow?
A tiny little torch. I don't really know what people can do to follow because they're all big people sized right now.
I mean, they would have to figure out how to use the object.
I mean, I could do clue them in and give them a +1 to their attempt.
Yeah, if someone leans down, she can say what you have to do. You have to pet the paw in the right direction and say its name.
Pet the paw in the right direction, say Calliope's name correctly, and I look at everybody. And
I feel attacked.
Just understand that. Just understand that Calliope has been in here for over 20 years until we found her. So
correct.
Try and have a little bit of sympathy when you're talking to her. I guess is the point I'm trying to really put across.
So Oliver will pet with the grain of the fur going up to the paw. And he'd be like, Calliope, I know we just met, but I would like to become your friend. And I would like ever so much to venture inside and see the place you call home.
Okay. Give me your nature again. +1 from Nora.
I got a 2.
Oh my god!
Not 1. I rolled a not 1.
You got a 2? That's
How-
the
how do
claws
you-
fling out and draw blood from you. You are now bleeding 1. Take 2 points of damage. You're now bleeding 1.
She just clawed at me.
Like,
Does that mean he's bleeding every round?
Stop bleeding. What'd you say?
Does that mean he's bleeding every round?
Yeah, bleeding 1 every round. Tick.
Can I
Check.
get some medical attention, please?
I put my teeny hands on my teeny waist. And I shake my head because I cannot heal you right now, sir.
You can, but it's gonna be much harder.
I'm the size of a
Voss,
cat.
you can try if you want.
Yeah, no, I'll
Yeah,
I'll
please.
try it.
It's
Fucking
fair.
shit. Here, come here. All right, that's 15 medicine.
That's all you needed.
All right, so roll the points that you heal him back.
Oh man.
I think that just
What-
stops the bleeding.
Oh yeah, you're right. You're right. You stopped the bleeding. Would you like to patch him up?
Sure.
Okay, so you can try to patch him up. You only get 1 of those a day to him, correct? Or is it 1 per hour?
It's 1 per person. Per person.
1
So,
per
like,
person.
if I
Battle
healed
medicine
him,
is once per person. Regular medicine, if you take 10 minutes, is once every hour, correct?
Yeah.
oh, I
so
thought
you
that
can
was
just
reversed.
take 10 minutes and patch him up if you want, not use your battle medicine.
Well, I don't have battle medicine.
Oh, so it takes 10 minutes. So you heal him up. Go ahead and roll your hit points for patching up his dumbass who can't talk to a cat or his crew.
Kelly, it's what, a D8 plus your.
It's 2d8.
You heard.
2d8 for
2d8.
15
It's
successful
just
healing.
2d8. For me, I get a plus. I get a modifier based on my
Well,
class.
I only had to roll 1 because I rolled an 8. So
Oh, well,
All
there you
right,
go.
there you go. You're all patched up. You got a bandage on you. The claws are tracked. Does anybody else want to attempt to get the calliope to work with you?
Do we really just spend 10 minutes patching up a cat scratch?
You 100% did.
We literally
Yeah.
did.
Nice.
he was bleeding out.
First time
He
for
only had
everything.
like 2 minutes till he died. Fucking cat scratch fever. All right.
Which, by the way, you do need to make a fort save, Alan.
God damn it.
You just made that up. Just now.
No,
Totally made that
no,
up.
no, no. You need to make
Oh,
a fort
man.
save.
Cat scratch fever.
I really don't like this cat. I understand why Everston called the cat now.
He remembers from his past.
And I-
You get a 10.
And that may be, yeah.
Did you get a 10?
oh yeah, I got a 22.
And it's not for cat scratch fever. That would be way too easy. Okay. Anybody else want to try to get in?
Voss pits up the reliquary. He's like, now look, Calliope. I know how to brush you because I've got feathers, so it's the same basic thing. I understand we've been mortal enemies somewhere down the line, but here, Missy, I'm here for you. So whatever you need, because you know, I'm fluid in souls and what, so I can help do whatever we need to make you more comfy. Okay.
Sure.
Just
Give me
remember that.
diplomacy this time. You've tried everything else.
You still.
Yeah.
you
I mean,
still-
I didn't try fettering yet, but yeah, I'll
You get
try
a plus-
diplomacy.
You get a +1 since 10 minutes have passed since I used my last clue in. Since you spent 10 minutes patching all over.
Cat scratch.
Fucking shit.
Listen here, you little shit.
Would you like to
Did,
spend your
did you roll a 1?
No, I did not roll a 1.
Damn it.
I rolled a 14 instead of a 15. I rolled a 6. Or I
would you
rolled an
like
8.
to hear?
Is that with my +1?
Yeah.
Yes.
Does I have a +5? I have a +5 to diplomacy, and I rolled an 8, so that would have been a 13, but I had a 14
I
instead.
tried. I'm trying,
It,
you
does,
guys.
it doesn't respond as poorly as it did to Oliver, but you do hear the like.
Meh.
Really? All right. I'll put you down, love.
Force it
I'm
with
sorry.
intimidation. That is your last option, sir.
I actually haven't rolled fettering yet.
You can't use fettering for this. Fettering is to fetter something. You are speaking to it.
Pull the fucking cat out of the thing. No,
I mean, you could rip it out and put it in something else if you think you're that much of a badass.
Oh, no.
pull it out, put it in a skeleton
Sure,
key.
the
No,
owner of it would really be happy.
no, no. I don't want to. I don't want to try to. I don't want to try to intimidate it. It's not a.
Okay. All right.
That's not how he does things.
Okay.
So he'll set it. He'll give it to Everston. He's like, all right, if you want to try using its name this time, mate, might go a little bit better. Cat, do the thing. It's not really likable, is it?
I don't know why you guys are having a problem.
Calliope,
Having a problem.
you have a great purpose. And restoring this family is rests on your shoulders. Please open the gate.
What do you want me to check for that?
Give me a diplomacy or a nature, whichever one's higher for you. Your DC is lower because you are blood.
Voss's hands are on his hips.
Nature is a lot better for me.
Sure, whichever one you want to use.
17.
Need a 10. You can take one other person. Who do you want to take?
Well, I better take Oliver because I don't think he's going to survive a second attempt.
Third attempt. Third time's the charm, and Calliope just kills him. Make a new character, Oliver.
So Oliver and you both, you're just a large tabby now. You fit through the gate door, but like you fill the frame of the gate, the little tiny cat gate.
Everston, your cat's a little
Everston
shit.
and you shrink. The only one left is Voss by himself. Ting, ting, ting. Glass jar hits the ground, and you see two really small people, one, football-sized person.
Any chance y'all could just open the gate from the other side once you get me in?
Exactly.
They haven't went down the tunnel or through yet.
Well, right. That's why the reason I wanted people to be shrunk is to help bring the relic, because I don't know if I would have been able to do it by myself without it.
Tiny Oliver
I mean-
walks up to Voss. He puts a tiny hand on Voss's calf.
The hell are you doing?
He's trying to kiss you.
What? No, you're not kissing. What do you want? I lean down. What?
All right.
What are we?
So what you're gonna want to do is
I
use the
know. Rub
extremely
the fur the
sharp
right
beak.
way.
Use the extremely sharp beak of yours, and you intimidate the shit out of that cat.
I'm not gonna yell at the cat. Have you ever owned a cat? That's not how you get them to listen.
Look at your beak. It's sharp like a knife. Use it to intimidate the shit out of the cat. Don't be a priss. Do it.
This is a horrible idea.
And he's gonna go ahead and all for one. Twist this.
Wow. Well, I'm glad you guys are giving me all this comedy before you get in here and shit gets real dark.
21.
No, you get a plus 1 from him, and then 1 from Nora.
So +7. Great. I'm
What-
already
what-
at a negative because
this
I'm
time?
a fucking bird. Huh?
Are you going to use Intimidate this time?
That's all he's got left.
You said that's all I've got left.
I mean, or the other ones, the DCs are higher because you've already failed them both.
Right.
You gotta
Reaches down,
Act like a
Picks
hand
up
of
the
flame
reliquary.
once in your life.
picks up the reliquary, opens the little lid. He's like, "Here, kitty. Listen, you little shit. If you don't open this fucking gate right now, I'm gonna stomp the life of what's left out of this paw and then use it to wipe my ass."
That's the Volg we know.
Hey, that's a 9. So let's see here.
You need a 15.
Well, I hit it because that's a 16. So I rolled a 9
Yes.
plus 7.
It goes, and you
Do
shrink
it.
down.
Little shit.
And the jar goes in front of the gate. But when the last person goes through and Everston steps in, he can reach through and grab it and pull it through. It starts to shrink down when it passes the threshold of the fence.
See, Voss, I knew you had it in you. To use
Don't
that shopping.
listen. Don't stop with me. I usually reserve that for evil spirits. I mean, it's a fucking cat. I should have known it.
It's the same thing at this point. It clawed the shit out of my hand.
Voss.
Yeah, but that's not my fault.
So my question to you: do you walk out into the yard, which is now ginormous, or do you go into the tunnel? The cat obviously goes to the tunnel. You can see fur that is stuck there, like old fur. Even though it's watery and muddy, it looks like it goes into the tunnel and down. Doesn't look like it goes through the yard. And you guys are kind of standing under the fence area where you can go either way.
I feel like we should go through the tunnel because if Calliope never really went into the courtyard, there might have been a reason for it because she's a Maine Coon.
Right. Yeah, I mean, Maine Coons are big. Like you're still big enough.
If a Maine Coon is going to be like, maybe I should just go through the underground tunnels versus walking across the yard, there might be a reason why.
I mean, that's sound logic. Yeah, we can do this tunnel. Fuck it.
Okay. So as you turn to break down the tunnel, Voss behind you, you can hear, and Nora, you hear Hollow being spoken. I don't remember if the other two of you speak Hollow, do you? Everston, do you speak Hollow? You do actually, don't you?
I do, yes.
Yeah, he does.
You hear voices at the gate. You don't see anything in Hollow, and they're going, I'm so sick of patrolling this place. There is nobody here. Nobody. We've been doing it for ages. It's our job, man. It's what we have to do. Just keep patrolling. No spirits, no mortals. That's the rule. You turn back and look at the gate. There's nobody there. As you guys are getting ready to go down the tunnel.
I don't like that.
So you all heard that too, then?
Yes,
Everybody but Oliver.
Which is why I'm glad we're taking the tunnels.
I don't like the whispering. What were they saying?
It's like whispering and wind and
It to me in Hollow, it just sounded like two guards complaining about their duty, about how they're supposed to keep spirits and living people out.
Oh, that's fortunate that we're all living.
They want the living out too. I think it's fortunate that we're in a tunnel where they can't see us.
Let's keep moving then.
House, was there any way to tell if it was coming from outside the gate in or inside the gate out? Perception, maybe?
Yeah, you can give me a perception. That would make sense for that.
Fuck you, dice. It was on the 18, then it rolled to a 2, so a 5.
Okay. Well, I mean, it could be inside the gate, but without being able to see it, it is a little more difficult.
Drew, you need new dice. Perhaps from Norse Foundry. 15% off with code Ethauntia.
You know what? That's a great idea. Drew, can you make that happen, please?
It sounds like you're talking to yourself on stream because your name is also Drew.
It's true, but I'm actually talking.
Yeah, make it happen for yourself, Drew.
Yeah, I'll make it happen for myself.
Go take some of Tony's dice, bring them in here and roll them.
No.
You gotta believe.
I bought a set of dice specifically for this character. So that's what I'm using.
They're failing.
And I can't replace them unless I'm gifted some. So, Drew.
So, with that said, you guys wind down the tunnel. Tunnel is pretty deep. And for being small, this travel takes a long time. If anyone's got nature or what else would it fall under here? Nature or
Lore pilot by chance?
fuck no, get out of here.
Damn.
No.
Nature, and if you
Society?
have any lures for dungeoneering or mining, those would count. Something for underground.
Damn.
If you don't have any of those, just a nature check, please.
Well, this is still my
Untrained, I got a
investigation.
13.
This is still my investigation, so I get my +1.
13. Okay.
Natural 20.
No.
Okay.
That was
Is it a
a
wha- is it
that
a-
was a
is it a
not
what?
that was a 2.
Damn it.
So that's a 5.
Still bad.
It's
Okay.
still real bad.
Yeah, that's not the best. So as the ground around you gets darker and darker, and you start to see the beginnings of mycelia growing in the dirt, you know you're deeper than you should be, and you're definitely deeper than what a grave would be as you guys wind down through these stairs. Now I'm going to move us to the next map. I've already placed your characters here. You should be fully healed. Alan, if you have any damage after the cat scratch, add it, but I'm pretty sure you're good. And you should be able to see the map. I know you guys are on the page here.
It's black.
Ooh, Voss, can you see right now?
No.
Neither can I.
You guys on the wrong layer? Nope, you're on the baby layer, and Voss has light.
True, so I will turn that on. I mean, I also have dark vision, so I don't know if I would have seen something before I put the light on or not.
Can you see now, Voss?
Yes.
Okay, fix everybody else. Nobody here at dark vision, right?
Nobody what?
Nobody at dark, right?
No, but Nora had a tiny torch.
I did light a tiny torch.
Yeah,
Eric
I
got a
have-
robot body for everybody else. Is just me.
He sounds a little robot-y to me.
Still bad.
Yeah, I couldn't. You kept breaking up when you were talking, Eric. Yeah, I have dark vision, and I
Because I was
also
setting
turn on
stuff
my lamp.
Should be a lot. We good now? Can you hear? Very solid.
So,
Try again.
Yeah.
try again.
Hello, everybody.
Hello.
Better.
80% better.
Yeah.
How are yours? I'm gonna make off.
Now you're robot-y again.
No.
It's mad.
OBS is pissed.
It's not OBS. It's everything else going on right now. Give me
It's
one
going to scratch you and you're going to bleed out.
Yeah. The internet
damn
scratches you.
It is it is fixable. 1 second.
You're sounding good now.
Yep. I it's because dynamic lighting had to load. Dynamic lighting is a even with this PC, the internet doesn't like it. I'm making it so the stream can see. We all want the Norse Foundry. We all want them.
%15% off that.
Okay. It looks a little better.
Vision on. Emits 20 foot of light. Emits 20 foot of low. Oh no, he just emits 20 foot of light. All right. Voss want to move Jin with you. Can you not hear me still?
I didn't
You
hear
were
any of
roboting
that.
again. It was something about can Voss move Jin, but it was like.
Yeah.
Dun 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 dun.
There. Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
There we go.
Voss, if you can move
Okay.
Jin, I put Jin on the map for you.
Copy that.
Find your way down these stairs, dirt and stone, and mycelia that are on the outside walls. You can see little crystal formations as well, and there's like purple crystal. The walls themselves are natural stone until you get to the bottom step. And this area looks like large 1 foot by 1 foot tiles. To you guys, it's basically your fighting square, is what that would be the equivalent to. And there are areas dug out with like big cat claw marks and scratches. Bones litter the floor here of mice and birds and rodents.
All right. This
You don't hear the cat anymore.
lovely.
What does group 1 do?
Everybody still with me?
Yep, still with you. Oliver will also light a tiny torch.
like Nora just looks at her tiny torch and then looks at Voss like, I don't know how you could miss me, but okay. But where's Everston?
I don't even see me.
Hold on. Because it was the old version of you that was having problems. I will fix you.
Oh God. Crunch.
There you go. You should have vision now too.
I'll probably move down out of the way so that he can fit in.
All right. So with that done, and you guys all kind of grouped up, there are 2 branches that come down. There are stairs, and they're actual stairs about the size of a cat. And they are pieces of wood planks stuck in the dirt. And over the ledge, you can see a pool of glowing water. And then at the very end, these are 2, as our best friend would say, porculus. 2 cutlass. Here in the pink. Anything the door, I've colored pink so you can see it easier when you get to them.
Okay.
And then past that, those are the vision where that star is. There's a statue at the back with the shadow casting on it. Makes it pretty hard to see from here. Over the ledge, there is a floating brazier, or not floating, sorry, a hanging brazier of light there, which is what's in the yellow, which is there.
Is the glowing water is in front of the statue through the portcullis?
Yeah, all of this is glowing water here. Glowing water here.
Is so the brazier and the portcullis, those are all our size? Like our current size?
Yes, they're all the size of the cat. Like everything's in, like the mushrooms are about the size of you that are in here. You're definitely small still.
Yeah.
Well, if you had her own dungeon.
Lair.
Everston, if you want to speak to someone who's with you, you might be able to get information.
Oh boy.
That's up to you.
Nope.
No? Okay. So you suppress the voice.
Yep.
All right. Everyone else looks around. Yeah, I mean, it looks like this is where the cat would kill stuff, bring it down. There's piles of mouse bones over here in the corner. There's a bunch of bird bones back over here.
I mean, that all makes sense. I'm more like there's literally a little cat-sized brazier and and 2 portcullises. Like,
yeah, which that doesn't make any sense for someone who's a cat. If anyone wants to make a nature check, you're more than welcome to do so.
Sure.
yeah.
Oh, 19.
7.
Okay.
Good job, 12.
Anybody else?
I
I got
got
a
12.
19.
19 is the highest then? All right.
Yep.
These are definitely made by someone. The cat did not make this. They didn't make the
Right.
stairs that go down and wrap around. They didn't make these basins of water. They did not make the brazier. They didn't make the portcullis either. This is made by a humanoid of some form. Somebody with opposable thumbs.
Mm-hmm.
Hey,
Of
Voss.
that, there was no doubt.
Voss, just checking in. Did I miss a portal to the first world of the Fae?
I don't know what's going on here, mate. It's yeah. I don't.
All right,
I don't get
off
it.
we go.
I mean, obviously the cat didn't make this, but and I'll start to go down the steps, and then I'll stop, and I'm like, you know what? Won't you go ahead, Oliver? I'll follow you.
Oliver will press ahead.
All right. So Ted, and you start to hear noise, a humanoid, something else speaking.
You're all broken up. I can't quite hear you.
They're roboting again.
You are
Yeah.
You hear
seriously
something
robotic.
downstairs speaking, not in common. Anyone? Can you guys hear me or no?
I can
Yeah.
hear you right now.
Okay, so there's definitely something down here speaking past the iron grates, but not in common. Hadraic. What all languages do we have here?
Got common, Volg, Mass, Hollow, and Shites.
Kadraic and High Kadraic.
Nope.
Kadraic, Hollow, High Kadraic, Vulg, and Deep Speech.
Nope.
Mine are all listed by other folks already. So.
All right, then it's definitely a language you do not understand.
Does this language sound familiar to the Ether Witch?
No, actually, no, it doesn't. Totally nothing even close to it.
Okay.
Thank God.
Well, I mean, I'm going to go with languages that I've heard. Like, even if I don't
Mm-hmm.
understand them, I'm going to try and listen to the tone and see.
Yep. They're talking to each other. There's more than one voice. That is obvious. There's definitely more than one voice.
Oliver will keep his offhand on his scabbard while his right hand's holding the torch. He'll go forward.
All right. So you guys walk down around. The water is still. It has a slight bluish glow to it. The brazier is traditional fire. The ceiling that is dirt is kind of charred and smoked. The boards that are in place are pieces of wood that have been carved up. And for people who are tiny on the brink of small, this is definitely made for small creatures. Things around like 2 foot tall. So this looks like large areas for you, being that you're tiny.
So as far as the water goes, Oliver will take a piece of like jerky from his rations pack,
Mhm.
and he'll slide it into the water gently so as not to make noise,
Okay.
to make sure it's not going to, kill him if he steps in it.
Anybody else?
I mean, I'm not gonna necessarily do anything, but I am going to use Quiet Allies if that pops up. Like if we're trying to avoid notice.
Well, then that's a good thing. Let's go into exploration mode here. What is everyone doing? Nora, you're gonna do stealthy. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I'm trying to avoid notice.
Stealth as well for me.
Yep. All right. It's all over well stealthy. What about the other two?
I'm gonna do knowledge arcana on the water. See if I can figure out why it's
So you
glowing.
have, and this is going to be in encounter mode. So you're picking something you're doing. So you have detect magica, like walking
Yeah,
with detect
yeah.
magica. Okay.
Yeah, I'll pop that and read aura, and I'll do a roll on the water to see if it's the water itself, if it's a light spell on the floor coming
That'll
through,
be
whatever.
part of this. Give me that roll as well. Give me your 2 stealth rolls. Everston, what are you doing as you're wandering through this place?
Even as the size of a cat, the world is too small for Everston. So he is basically just working his way through the tunnels, slowly but surely, squeezing through the areas. He's going to change it all someday. It's all going to be Thomas-sized, but now focusing on actually following his friend.
Okay, so you're following the group. You're a little too large. Just going to make you a little more manageable here. So, Jin follows as well. As you're through the area, Jin stops and looks at the water with you. Voss, what was your check for your detect magic?
Not good. Rolled a 2, so that's a 9.
9? So looking
Rolled
over,
a
it's
2.
magical. It does not make sense to you. And those spiderweb-like qualities, there is mycelia growing over the top of it. You can walk through it, and you'll be moving some of the mycelia, but it's kind of floating in the water and attached to the dirt and the sides of the stairs.
Huh.
Is the mycelia glowing, or is it the water?
Looks like the water itself.
Okay.
Remember, water is rare, and this water is clean.
So with the 23 stealth, Oliver will take his first soft footstep into the water.
And when you step, it's just like lily pads in a pond. The mycelia just kind of floats away. Doesn't really hurt.
Okay.
And the voices get a little louder. On each side, on the opposite side, through the port cutlass, you can see levers about 5 foot in, to open them from the inside. You're obviously coming in, and you'll be let in.
Seems like anytime something moves on the map, it distorts your voice.
Yeah.
Yeah, their new version of dynamic lighting is a hog. Like hardcore.
I know your PC's doing like everything all at once, so it's
not the PC, it's the internet and Chrome. Like they do not like running this. Because it's running dynamic lighting on 2 pieces. Because it's running it for me and it's running it for the second screen so that they can see it as well. I will end up turning the dynamic lighting off at one point, but just not yet. So in the room, you guys see that, and you see the water move in the room through the port cutlass. It's very rough, and I agree. And out of it, you see the top of a red and purple mushroom with like yellow spots on it. Stand up with like tendrily beard. It stands up with a bunch of some form of like water or vegetables as it yanks it out of the ground below. And then a second one comes next to it. Now, if you have nature, you can make a nature check on them. They are speaking to each other, but it's definitely not a language you know.
10.
No idea.
17.
That's untrained.
I got an actual 1, so
No idea what they are. They look like walking fungus people.
Nope. 6.
Okay. So as they talk and they turn and look out the grate with their like milked over white eyes, one of them an undercommon, which I think Kelly speaks undercommon, right?
no, I have deep speech.
Deep speech.
Deep speech. Sorry, deep speech. In deep speech, looks over and goes, "You're not Calliope. What are you doing here? Only Calliope comes through the rear.
Hi,
Oh, it's hers."
I'm Oliver Hastings.
I'm
But
super
you
glad that
were-
Oliver's trying to talk to them when he doesn't understand what they're saying.
Do you understand the words that are coming out of my mouth?
Oh my god.
One of them
Fuck's
looks
sake,
at the
lad.
other. One of them looks at the other one, and the other one speaks in. Do you speak Sylvan?
No.
Says something in another language again. They look at each other and shake their heads, and they grab some of the mycelia and grab one and point to it on your side.
I
Oliver-
say in deep speech, while Oliver eats some strange fungus and possibly gets poisoned.
He's picking it up. He's not eating it.
Right.
Yet.
I say in deep speech, I apologize. Calliope is no longer with us. But she showed us the way, and that's why we're here.
Is Calliope ill?
Calliope has passed.
Oh dear. Well, that's not good for us. It means that the Spriggans will be near.
Cool.
How long has she been gone for?
Over 20 of our years. I don't know if that means anything to you.
Yes, it's at least 2 generations. I am sorry to hear that. Calliope was a wonderful, wailed, never spirit. She helped us anytime we needed food or anything. She brought us sustenance to grow our crops. We've buried many of the sprites down. I apologize. I don't know who you are, but I cannot let you in.
What do you want me to do with the mushroom?
Lad,
And they
just
look
take
at you and like, does he speak your language?
I
Lad,
can.
just-
we've grown now, we've mini bong.
just
I can.
hold
I can,
on. Just take a breath for a second. Let Nora do her thing, will you? But
Oh, okay.
I can, because I'm just sitting here casually like talking to them in deep speech while you're asking them if they know how to speak English.
Because he's only the mushroom. He's like,
Mycelia.
I'm
They've
sorry.
got Mycelia. We can speak to them.
Okay.
so Oliver
you just
understands
speak to
what's
us.
being said now.
If you
no, you didn't eat it
You
yet.
didn't eat it yet.
Oh.
You don't have
You've
to
been
eat it.
interrupting me.
just
Sorry.
need to put it to your ear. That's all you have to do. And you can see they like connect it to themselves. It's how we spoke to Calliope.
I
Wait,
let everybody
Nora,
know
what-
that. Take
Okay.
put your ear to it. That's how they apparently spoke to Calliope when she was alive.
Thunk.
You can understand them.
Oh,
Hollow, it's through an echo. It sounds kind of like the squawk boxes on the ship. Very similar. We
Hello
speak
there.
to Calliope this way, and the birds that did not die to give them proper rest.
I'm sorry. What? Oh,
Calliope, she was very.
right, because she was a cat, right? Ahem.
She was not a cat. She's an elven spirit. She's not a cat.
Oh,
Well, that clears up some things, right? Okay.
Regardless,
Not let you through.
that's what I was trying to say when everybody was arguing about what to do with
Right.
this. No, I'm telling them that. Like, I'm telling the rest of the group that in Cadraic.
Sorry, Nora. It's just the mushroom was very confusing.
And they come up to the gate to actually be able to talk to you. They seem non-hostile. They do have spears, but they don't have.
Can you not let us pass because we're not members of the Everston Estate?
The Everston Estate is our enemy.
Okay.
Loretta and Calliope were friends, very close friends, but not the rest of them.
What could we do to prove our worth so that we may pass through the portcullis?
Hang on, mate. Does this lead into the estate, or does this lead down deeper and darker?
Oh, this leads into the estate. This was the network that Calliope had us build so she could travel in and out of the home freely. It will take you into the basement.
Right.
Freely, if we were allowed to do so. But as her guards, we are not.
Right.
So I'm.
So,
Go ahead, Voss. Sorry.
sorry, I'm curious. So, the Everstons were your enemy, but you were working with her. Was she a spy then for them or for you?
She was
Not following you.
No, she is not a spy. She was an elven spirit. She was resurrected as one of the Sylvan cats of the Great Neville. She is friend and companion to Loretta. They are very close friends. Loretta was our friend as well, but times change.
So they changed for you how? Like, why is she not your friend anymore?
She's hostile. She and the people who haunt this place, they drain the essence of the land. It kills everything, the crops, everything. They push the tides into the gated area. I'm surprised you didn't see it. Actually, how did you get down here? And they look at the Thomas, and they look at Oliver and Nora, and they're like, you must be under magics. You are too small, normally too large to be down here. That was the whole point of these tunnels.
Right.
Well, I was able to convince Calliope's spirit to help us get in here.
I would need proof.
I turned to Everston, who's got the box.
Holds a fucking paw up.
We could return tomorrow and commune with her because it's the right day tomorrow. Who insisted we come early? Gosh.
Man, I don't know, Everston. Who would have said that we should go right away?
Fucking you, mate.
You're welcome to rest in her collection if you wish to. And she like point back to all the bones up the hill.
Hard pass. Wait, so hang on. Are you telling me that you said they brought the tides inside the gated area?
They trapped it. Tides rise to the roof. It killed the entire family. At least that's my understanding.
Is this Loretta said she's hostile?
She's no longer friends of us.
She's not an ether witch, is she?
No, she's not an ether, but she may be a caster of some form.
Right. Just wanted to make sure we had a run-in with one of them already. Not here, but they can control the tides apparently. So I was just checking to make sure that's not what we were dealing with again.
One of them looks to the other and goes, "You know, we could go get the captain and ask if they're allowed to pass." Like, nope. We are guards. We are told that no one is allowed in without Calliope's yes.
I mean,
technically, Gov, we got Calliope's yes. That's how we got down here. Look, she made us fit.
I would have to speak to Calliope. And if she is passed, I would need to speak to her spirit.
Oliver?
I gesture to Everston, who's got the reliquary.
Can you do that not on the day?
Oliver will turn to Everston and be like, Everston, can I borrow the paw quick for a minute?
I mean,
yeah, I'll hand it off.
I mean, Voss, I literally was able to convince her to let us come down here. Like,
Oliver
takes talk to her.
takes a mushroom and puts the mushroom into the paw.
They look at what you're doing. There's definitely a feeling of the sorrow that comes through the lines. As the one looks and says, "That's Calliope." The other one goes, I know. Could you disconnect and give us a moment of privacy?
And Oliver will disconnect.
And they start speaking back and forth, but in their language you don't understand. And a few moments later, one reaches over and hits a lever. He says, "Everyone is allowed in but the feathered one."
Yep, that tracks.
Oh. Sorry, Voss.
It's all right. Like I said, I didn't want to do it, but I mean, and I'm still saying this specifically, like when they asked us to put the stuff back up so that she can hear me too. I'm like, I said I didn't want to do it. I didn't want to be mean. I had no other choice. So
She said that you
that's the nature of
threatened
things.
to kill her again. Whatever was left. She feels threatened by you. She says that you can wait in her collection. You shall not pass here. We have to honor that.
Well, I'm not going to sit in that pile of bones, mate, but I will wait here.
Do you wish me to tell her anything on your behest?
On
She does
my
not
behest?
wish to you. Yes. She does not wish to speak to you.
No, that's fine. I needed to get in to make sure my crew was okay. And, I did that. And I tried being nice. That didn't work. But I understand it. I'm a bird. She probably ate me a lot. That's fine. No hard feelings. It's all great. And I'll drop the mushroom and I'll go up and sit on the steps.
Okay. So while you're pulling away, they say she has hard feelings. You pull it off and walk away. So the two of them are very.
Oh, but if they're saying something, I'll put
the rest
the mushroom back.
They say she has hard feelings. She does not trust you. You're a creature of the darkness, and you threaten to kill her.
She's a cat. They live in the darkness.
Not.
She's an elf. She's elven. She's not a cat.
Cat paw.
If you would all come in.
I do wish to commune with
I go up and sit down.
Calliope real quick for a minute before we progress further.
By all means, you are welcome to. But in here, please. We would like to shut the gate.
Oliver goes to the
All right, so you're all allowed in.
Okay.
And once everyone's in, they go, if your friend could move up out of eyesight, I'd greatly appreciate it. And Jin goes, I can stay here. They do not know I am here. I will tell you what I see.
Thanks, bub.
Do not trust Leshy. Garden creatures are made to eat, not trust.
So
Float to here.
Calliope.
This time you hear a woman's voice instead of hearing the cat.
Nice to meet you. More appropriately this time.
Apologize for wounding you, but your hostility deserved it.
I didn't mean to be hostile, I assure you. And I apologize if I came across in such a way. I would also like to apologize for the hostility that Voss has shown you.
Ah, yes.
It is
They're dirty. They hide in the tides, and they should not be allowed anywhere near the Nether.
It is with some remorse that I would like to humbly request that he accompany us. He is, after all, our arcane expert, and without him, I'm not sure if we could progress to accomplish our goals of redeeming the estate and making it a safer place for you and your friends to reside.
So you speak on behalf of this Darkling?
I would, yes.
You would have to speak to my guardians who watch over this ossuary. And many of my family are buried here at the death of the Everstons. If you would be willing to speak to their commander, he might be willing to do it, but I will not make that call. They are set here to protect this place on behalf of me. And I trust them to make the right call. I can't do that in my current condition.
As you wish. I will speak to the guard captain, then.
If you ask for the guard captain to show up, they will call for one. A person does show up a few moments later. Fungal, similar style, but he is all green, white mushroom topped hat. His face is like black spotted. He's got a bunch of cuts and wounds on him. He carries a saber and a buckler. And he is a little more lithe than the rest of the fungal creatures. He makes his whip, and he does speak in Cadraic. He says, I was told that one of you wished to speak with me, the commander of the Leshy, that you are interested in passing with one of the dirty dark folk, the lovely darklings of the tides. If you really wish to bring one of those oil-stained birds into here, you would have to show me your honor. And if you are unable to do so, whether that be through a ceremony or if you wish to draw blood, any of those are totally acceptable. And he sets a contract down on one of the ledges on the wall. Says this is the right of combat if you wish to allow your friend in and speak for him, or if you wish to pay, we'll be willing to take souls back to the Never. That is another option.
Yes, Captain. I would most certainly like my friend, the Dark One, as you so addressed him, to accompany us due to his nature of being adept at the arcane arts. Without him, we cannot redeem this place, make it safer for you to reside in. If that requires a test of combat to prove that I could keep him in check, should things go awry, I would be happy to fulfill this request for you.
Oh no, this must be fulfilled before he comes in.
I understand. To first blood?
Then would recommend that we do. I don't wish to stab you. There's no honor in that. And he looks to the back and he goes, and your floating friend over there. And Jin kind of pulls back around the corner. He's like, him. He can come as well. No harm, no foul for a spirit to be here. He can't affect anything. But your bird friend, if you lose, you both stay out. Your choice.
Might I have a
Souls
moment?
or a fight.
Might I have a moment to consult with my friends?
Whatever best performs your honor, pay as a nobleman or fight as one. And he turns around and talks to the other Leshy that are here.
So Oliver will go back to Nora and Everston.
As you guys huddle around and drop the mycelia back into the water.
So
I never had one.
So I can fight the guard captain in a duel to try and get Voss through the portcullis. But if I fail in this endeavor, I'll be left out with him as well. Is this a risk that we'd be willing to take?
Yes.
You
Or you can pay in souls. That is the other option.
You heard the master of the decrepit manor.
It's not a risk if you win.
Couldn't have said it better myself.
Okay.
And Oliver will go back and look at the guard captain and say, I'll accept your challenge.
Oh, well, excellent. If you would all follow me, including your feathered friend, and he will grab the statue that is there as an elven woman. She's dressed in noble attire. She has a fencing saber, and she has a symbol on it that you don't recognize, unless you have a really good either lore for planar stuff, something to do with the Fey courts, or if you have a good nature check of at least an expert. Those things will give you the chance to know who's who. Anything here? No? All right. So she touches the, or he touches the statue.
Would a cult work?
No, it's not occult at all.
Okay.
He touches the statue, says something in Sylvan, and the statue slides into the wall, opening the next area. The water starts to drain out. That's kind of overfilled, like extra foot or so, and it starts draining into a grate. The glowing water does. Let me grab the dynamic lighting, and I can move. And I actually turn the dynamic lighting off because you guys, I didn't know if you guys were going to start combat down here. So I had dynamic lighting just in case you guys went ape shit. It was like, no, fuck these people. We're fighting them. Because you never know. So the dynamic lighting off, you should be able to see a little bit more now. Can you guys see now? Yes, no.
Dynamic
Lighting
ice.
still.
Come on now.
There we go.
There we go.
There we go.
So I will move this door piece out of the way. This area as you're passing through is
Oh God, there's 6 ghouls behind me.
This place is an ossuary. As you make your way down, he meets you all at this door here. And that is where the captain will go. The 2 guards stay out there. They re-shut the portcullis. He would ask for both Voss and Oliver to follow him in. The rest of you, your choice. You can watch from here, or if you'd like to watch in one of the ossuary alcoves, you can do that as well. There are chairs there. Or you can watch from behind this portcullis. That is 100% up to you. So pick your spot anywhere in there that you would like to stay.
Wait, so where am I going?
You're
I'm following him.
I feel like I'm on a
anywhere-
different grid than anybody else.
Oh, yeah, you are here. I'll fix you.
Huh.
You are large and in charge.
I'm
Because
squeezing.
just move yourself through. Anyone, anywhere past this, like these doors here, you can watch from here, or any of these side pieces here with the torches in them. Your choice. Any of those.
You know, I feel like being in one of these areas in case something goes poorly, because not because I saw these guys up here, but because they mentioned Spriggans. I don't want to be isolated in a room and all of a sudden a Spriggan just rolls up and I'm by myself.
They do say you are quite safe in those. The ossuaries are, we're caretakers there for the spirits that are buried. Instead of reliquaries, we bury people and resurrect them and grow them into another of our leshy. We only live somewhere between 2 to 10 years. And because of that, we have to regrow new bodies quite frequently. You are more than safe in them. There's nothing wrong. You won't be locked in. The portcullis will be openable, but our duel will take place in the hallway, and I would like those to not interrupt. So your choice.
I'm still going to stay here because, and I don't know if they sense this or not, but the fact that they're like, oh yeah, we use these to grow new leshies, like, I don't know if I want to be trapped in there. They say I'm not going to be, but you never know.
Well, so Voss, you would be in here because that's where he says you need to be. You must be in the dueling area because if things go wrong, they want to be able to escort you out with him. And Oliver, you will be in here as well. You will be here. Now. Okay, so you guys are going to cram down here. Are you going to watch from here, then Nora, in front of the gate?
Yeah.
So from the other side, you see one other leshy here that's watching. And then you see another leshy that's in mid-growth in this pool. And then 2 leshy that are managing the growth of 2 new ones in here. This is definitely where they like resurrect and reincarnate people through that into leshy or other creatures. But sure enough, there's a lot of area that are bone. Like the part you crawl over here are bones of skulls of creatures and people. The walls are all done in bone, and there's alcoves with lights in them. This is an ossuary at a very small scale.
Hey, Voss.
This is the prominent the guard looks to you and says, listen, I have been here. I am a 6th generation duelist. I've been fighting on behalf of the Leshy and my family here for all of those generations. I have memories of all of them. I do warn you that this may not be a fair fight with you being a mere, 30? That's what he says to Oliver in the beginning.
You fetus.
21, actually.
21. I'm sorry. I do not mean any dishonor, but your scar makes you look much older. Your friend Voss, he is not allowed to in any way interact with this duel, but he must be here to bear witness, just as the gentleman on the other side is. And he points to the leshy behind him. They will act as the arbitrators and marking points of contact. This is your choice. There must be blood drawn. but your choice. We can fight to the first person takes a knee. We can fight until first blood, or to the death, whatever is your family's honorable way of dueling. From my understanding, you are a duelist, correct?
Yes. To the knee, preferably.
To the knee. Excellent. To the knee it would be. Have you ever dueled against someone who's not human?
I have not.
I will warn you, our anatomy is not the same. The things that would normally affect me will not affect others, and what would affect those who've dueled will not affect me. Do you know the rules of combat? First knee? Is there any questions that you have?
I have no further questions, other than... No, actually, no. I do not have any further questions.
Excellent. Well then, if everybody is ready, take your places. We will begin this duel. And as he says that, the floor sinks down a little bit, lowering it so you're about this far below the portcullis. So you can't just like try to lift it or get out easily. The ground is solid stone. It's not dirt. It is easy to navigate on. There's no water in here. There are vines hanging down across the ceiling top.
Voss.
And he pulls out his saber and drags it against the ground. And when he does, it ignites.
Oh boy. As a quick aside to Voss, Oliver will say, can you see if any of the magics in here match the coffin that we found?
Right, yeah. His sword's on fire.
Yeah, I'll be dealing with that, unfortunately.
Right. Is your blade magic?
No.
Excuse me, Gov.
Yes, Darkling?
I don't want to step on any toes or break any contracts already. I see that you have a magical sword. My champion does not. Am I allowed to imbue his weapon for this duel?
He looks into like the room behind him where this other one's standing back here. I'll mark this guy a purple so you know this is the other arbitrator. And he goes, is that allowed? And he goes, if you're okay with it, then we are okay with it. He looks to you. He's like, Voss, if you have the ability to give him magical prowess, I would recommend doing so to make it fair.
Right, thank you then. Just a second. And I'm going to cast Magic Weapon on his sword.
Okay. You now have a magic weapon, Voss. Or not Voss, but Oliver.
It glimmers with magic and energy. Target becomes a +1 striking and gains a +1 item bonus to attack rolls, increasing the number of weapon damage dice to 2.
Okay.
Wow. We're doing to a knee, right? So it's when the person feels like they need to take a knee.
Yep.
Excellent. That's what I like to hear. Do you have any hero points left?
I have one.
Even better. Decide if you want that for a reroll or death.
Yeah.
So he backs up, and he says, well, then if you all ready, I am ready.
And Oliver will raise his saber to split his face and salute and signal that he's ready.
He follows you, and the fire kind of flares, and you see the color in his black eyes as the fire flares. And he puts it back down, and he rings it around his shield once, and like a spark of fire shoots off and hits the ground. He's in, I am ready as well, sir. All right, so the rules of dueling, because they actually have them in Pathfinder 2, because why the fuck wouldn't they? I hope you're ready. You read over this as well, so if I believe we're doing this right, it's initiative to start. Other people are welcome to cheer if they want. In this scenario, I will let other players give their hero point to him if they wish to. But it cannot be for dying. It can only be for rolls.
Lend me your strength.
I like whisper to Voss because he's near the portcullis. I'm like, so is this like a lucha match?
I mean,
B for Blue Demon.
Like Nora starts cheering for the Blue Demon and no one's there. No, she wouldn't be that ridiculous, but she's just like, I mean,
Blue Demon. All right,
shit.
Should I cheer for him like that or no?
I mean, it might not be a bad idea. I'm not sure. I've never seen him duel before, so this is going to be exciting, obviously, because, it's only the passing back and forth through realms for us. That's all that's at stake. It's fine. It's going to be great.
So
Back out into an entire area full of spirits. It'll be fine.
So I know this is probably in poor taste, but you want to put a squall on it?
God, I love you, girl. Yeah, I'm in. We just kind of reach through the portcullis and shake her hand.
Does
Yeah.
Oliver hear this?
I don't know, like
Give
Nora.
me a in there, son.
Yeah, Nora's trying to be quiet, but it's like
I'm going
I
to give
feel-
you -2 for concentration.
I feel like Voss kind of understands that Nora's like half joking and half trying to like put herself at ease because this is a really big situation.
Sure.
So she's really not taking the piss on Oliver. She's just like trying to treat it as kind of normal. So hopefully it'll go well.
So Oliver will give a little flutter to his captain's coat, and he's going to be using deception as the opening gambit.
Right, because you can use deception,
Intimidate or perception.
perception, right? Okay.
All right. Initiative.
Roll. Yeah, I'm good.
Great start. Solid 10.
Okay, I have a perception of 18. So I go first, correct?
Yep.
So he puts his sword underneath his arm backwards, moves forward, and bumps his shield with the back of hilt of his saber, which ignites it on fire.
Okay.
Goes for a rolling bash with his shield. So at this point, don't you have some options? Can't you like try to do a deceptive sidestep? Can't you try to do sense weaknesses, things along those lines? Or is it only on your action you can do that?
Nope, those are reactions. I could do a deceptive sidestep.
So he's charging you to smash into you, pin you against Voss into the ground.
Oliver's actually going to bring his saber up in a parry. And he's going to try and grind his saber up against that shield to push off of it so that he kind of deflects the shield away. I'm going to use dueling parry.
All right. So dueling parry, is that a power from your class?
Yes.
What does that do?
+2 to my AC until my next turn. So I have a 21 instead of a 19.
Okay. And I have to roll to hit you still, correct?
Yep. Still like normal combat otherwise.
Unless a 14 hits you, I rolled really poorly.
That will not.
So he hits once. So he moved in action, swung in action. And then when he parries across, from underneath, the blade flicks out, trying to catch you as you're going by with a short stab, like hooking you with the basket on it. And his basket's got thorns on it, maybe clipping you with the fire for my second attack. Does a 15 hit you? I got that -5 right now.
Nope.
So he swings twice. You dodge deftly. It goes to you.
So Oliver's going to open up with a bon mot. And he opens up with, I might be 21, but I've been fighting since I was 5. And while that might only be 16 year, I've been trained by my father well.
Only if Amir here was to say, and you killed your brother.
Hey,
I'm
Oliver,
waiting for like
your
a
brother's
cousin.
dead.
I'm waiting for a cousin to come out and drop the Princess Bride on me and be like, my name is blah, blah, blah Hastings. You killed my cousin. Prepare to die.
Give me your roll.
All right. This is going to be against his will save. His static will save. Yep.
Okay.
Does a 25.
25 beats my will save. Yeah, my static will save. Yeah.
Is that a critical success?
No.
Okay.
You do damage though, don't you?
Nope. Bon mot will just give me a point in panache.
That doesn't make me feel better. At all.
So with panache, I flourish the saber up, kind of in a downward stroke, and try to swing up and cleave the front of his face.
Okay, give me a roll. I have a whole +2 to my AC right now for my last action, so
That'll be a 19.
it does not hit. He brings the shield up, blocking you in a guard, and you guys are kind of pushed against the northern wall. Do you have any actions left?
One more. So off the guard, I'll come back in from the side and try to take advantage of the raised guard to try and cleave around his torso.
All right. And is this just versus AC?
Yep. -5. Nope. That's going to be a 10.
Okay, it doesn't matter. I was going to say, is your rapier like agile?
You have a +1 to attack, don't forget.
Yeah, are you using an agile weapon? And don't forget the +1 from...
Yep.
Agile uses your dexterity instead, correct?
Yep.
I thought agile reduced your multi-attack penalty.
It does. It's -4 instead of 5. It's 4/8 instead of 5/10. Still wouldn't have hit.
Still
But for future.
Okay.
So we go into the next round and we pick a new skill to pair off against. Is anyone who's in the audience doing anything? Is the Leshy are watching? They've moved up to the gate. They're kind of cheering it on right now. This one has moved to here. You see one is behind him. This one has moved up as well as they're cheering down into the ring. And one of the Guardians has come back as well and is standing behind Everston and peeking around the corner. Is any of the other group, as you pick your initiative, I pick mine, right? We don't say what we're rolling until we roll, correct?
Correct.
Okay. I know what I have. I have mine rolled. Is anyone in the crowd doing anything? Voss, Nora, or Everston? Is the Leshy are cheering on their friend? They are calling him. What would his name be? His name is Kateris.
I'm gonna start narrating it like it's a freaking luchador match. And in that corner, the flaming fungus Rudo comes in, striking his shield aflame, while our brave duelist, Captain Hastings, blocks the blow.
Oh God.
And out of nowhere with the steel chair, it's Voss Calcor.
We're in the tag team match.
No, Everston, we're not doing that. We're the Technicos.
Oh,
okay.
Oh God.
Eric, I'm standing there with my staff, and
That's not how duels work.
I'm standing there with my staff, and the two Leshies are in the gate just to the north of me. I'm gonna tap my beak on my staff like tick tick to get their attention, and I'm gonna pull out a gold piece. I'm like, I'll drop it on the ground.
We're just gonna start a betting ring.
I would say deception would make the most sense here because you're doing something underhanded, not quite nice, and definitely not honorable as you're trying to get the other Leshy to bid on the possible blood murder of one of these two.
No, it's not on blood or murder. It's just a contest. We're cheering them on. It's just like,
It's still you're trying to get them to do something they would not normally do. It's not really diplomacy.
Oh, really?
It's definitely shisty.
Is it? All right.
100%. They are honor bound.
Deception. Oh, okay. Deception. I have a +1.
Okay.
It's a 16.
You beat me by 1. He goes and reaches in and he pulls out like a piece of glass that's like round.
I nod. Absolutely. Yeah.
And he throws it on the ground below them as they're fighting. So you two see tink, tink, tink of like change coming out, and another Leshy throws one out as well.
God.
I rolled
Damn it.
intimidation, right? It's intimidate, deception, or perception, right?
Yes.
I did intimidation. I got an 18.
I got a 13 on my deception.
Okay. So is something happen if I have deception, you have perception? Is there a difference between those two?
Yes. Rock, paper, scissors. So if I were perceiving your intimidate and you were to activate the intimidation ability for the duel, I would take a bigger penalty. And then since I'm using deception, if you were to activate that intimidating ability, it's reduced. Whereas if I'm
dress, right?
yes.
Okay.
Whereas if I'm trying to deceive and intimidate, I'm more successful in that endeavor.
And panache lets me add a die to my roll to hit, correct?
No. So you get a static +1 a hit when you have a panache active. And then when you expend it, you add 2d6 to that damage roll if you hit.
Okay, so it's like sneak attack, but only during those things. So I'm going to spend a point as panache. He is going to turn on heel, putting himself between Voss and you. He's going to look at Voss and be like, "I saw that," and swing at you. I got a 27 to hit. Because with my bonus and expending panache if I hit.
So I'm going to use my deceptive sidestep.
Okay. I just got to strike you.
So deceptive sidestep, you have to roll again and take the second result. And if you, since you're using intimidation, you take a -2 circumstance penalty to the second attack roll.
Natural 20.
That's
I
gonna
have to
hit.
take the second one, right?
Yep.
So you sidelong, and he moves with you, and he's like, "I saw that," and swings at you. So that means that I double all my damage, correct? Oh no, you max your 1 die, 6, because that's what we're doing. And then the other one's rolled, so 3. So 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20 points, plus 2 points of fire.
Blood, blood just spattering the side of this wall. That was 2/3 of my hit points.
Training is weak. As he's like pressing you on the wall, and then he cocks back again with the shield and turns it sideways. I have a minus. I did not hit, and I am out of actions. What would you like to do? He hits the wall, and sparks fly, and fire rains down over top of you like a shower.
He comes in with the heel turn.
Bringing up Oliver's boot. Oliver's going to boot him in the chest before following it up with a saber throw.
So,
And a flourish.
Tossing me?
Just a little bit. He's not actually doing like a bull rush maneuver. It's more of a flourish. Just to give some space for that blade. I will spend a hero point.
Your own, or is someone going to donate?
That's a good question.
You can only use yours to not die. Everybody
Captain Hastings swipes left, then goes right, and slashes the blade across the flaming fungi's face.
Hey guys, is anyone gonna be?
That's me spending my hero point to give you a reroll.
Yeah.
I didn't know we could give them away. That's awesome.
Yeah, I said you can
give me that for the bout.
During the duel.
29.
Yes, it hits me. It does not crit me, but it does hit me.
Okay.
Real close though.
So then
You get the.
it's going to be 4 points of damage.
Don't forget, you have an extra weapon damage die because you're of the enchantment.
I lied. That's 10 points of damage.
Okay. I'll
Thank
take
you,
that.
Drew.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
You stab through, green slime slides out of the wound, and he presses the shield to himself as a reaction to stop any bleeding. In case you do bleed damage, he doesn't know if you do or don't.
And
Oh, he's an aloe plant.
And Oliver's going to follow up
with a flaming shield.
Oliver's going to follow up with a saber swipe to the side of his face because Oliver did not like that blow at all, or the insult to his honor.
Okay. This song is called 22 to Hit. Just want to point that out.
Plus 1 from the mage.
You said 22?
22 hits me on the money right now.
On the nose.
22 to hit.
Hastings comes in again, swinging right across the flaming fungi's eyes.
Remind me to make some GM cards to put in here.
No, you're not allowed to do that. Let me see something real quick. A 2d6.
Oh, that hurt, man.
I'm trying, you guys. I'm trying.
Right. 11?
I'm still up. Damage, you said? 11 damage?
11 damage. Oh, sorry. 12 damage.
Okay, he's still up. You cut him again, and he can't sear that one, and he starts bleeding out, and he looks to you, and he goes, nice cut. And he jumps back far, like on my beginning of our new round. So roll for your initiative, unless you have another action.
Nope, not another action.
I picked mine. I know my initiative. Go ahead.
Actually, technically, I do have one more action, but I'm not going to use it.
You can be at a -10. Well, 8,
Minus
8 for
eight.
you, I think.
I don't think he's going to attack. I think Oliver's going to tumble forward to follow his toss back to keep
so
the
we
pressure
both
on.
move. Damn it! Well, I was hoping to use my ability to move out of combat at the end.
You want me to make an acrobatics?
No, you're totally fine following up.
Okay.
I'm not worried about it. He just retreated and you followed with because you had an action left. On
So-
wounding, I can retreat for combat. That's what I was doing. So
I'm on a 26 for deception.
okay, I'm using perception and I got a 19. So I
I'm
do
gonna-
not perceive your tumble forward.
So I'm going to spend that 1 point of panache I have for a confident
Right.
finisher as he flourishes and he comes in, feeling the pressure getting put on this Leshy, seeking the gap between his shield and blade to try and deliver a finishing blow to his chest.
And he's in like a cross guard stance like this.
So this is just a powerhouse swing trying to like break that guard and come in from collar to sternum.
Give me a roll.
I will spend a hero point.
You don't have one to get back up then.
I already spent mine helping him out, guys. Come on, someone else chip in.
I'll give him mine.
Did you do anything to do so? What do you say? You gotta say something.
Sorry for for establishing that precedent.
Kick that shield out of the way and give him what to, mate.
All right.
The crowd cheers him on.
Unless you throw some more money or glass into the ring.
So Oliver kind of like throws down, deflects off the first, tries again, and pushes the shield out of the way.
Maybe. We'll see.
29.
That hits a
Ooh.
crit though.
But
You get that extra.
deadly flourish.
I'm looking pretty bad actually.
Confident finisher gives me more d6s.
Get him, Caterus!
Go in for the final blow.
19 points of damage.
Oh.
He's putting it all on the line.
Putting it all on the line for the honor of his friend.
You kick the shield out of the way and it flings white side out and you run him through. And he goes, I did not see that coming. As you run him through, you actually put me to 0 with the 19 damage. And he collapses to the ground. And you see like small spores start to leak out of him on the ground and grow little funguses all over the tile. One of the guys is like, enough, yield. And Caterus goes, I do not yield. I'm going to spend my ability as a Leshy to heal myself. 4 whole points.
Well, Hastings has 2 reactions, right?
Yeah.
Now, I don't get to use my sense weakness because I lost initiative, correct? If I won initiative, I get to use that ability.
Correct. No, it's still a reaction. You can still do it.
No, I just used mine. I can't do that.
Okay.
So I'm going to swing instead. Does a 21 hit you?
I still have 2 more actions.
Oh, fuck me.
Yeah, he still has 2 reactions.
I start to stand back up. Do you strike him again when he says, I do not yield?
So as he draws his saber out, he uses the gauntlet of the saber, like the basket hilt, and just punches him in the face.
Doing non-lethal?
Yeah.
Okay. There's no penalty for doing non-lethal, right? It's just a choice? Or is there a penalty in this?
Right.
It's a
Nope.
-2 unless you're trained in it.
Yeah, unless the weapon specifically does non-lethal, you'd have to take a minus.
It doesn't. So -2.
That's fine.
'Cause he's already down, so you've got a bonus to hit him right now. I'll just lower his AC. I'll make it easier.
17 with all the penalties.
Yes, because I don't have my shield right now, and I have a -2.
Okay. So
Knock my buckler out of the way.
comes in with the basket hilt as he says he does not yield.
To knock him unconscious.
Okay.
And this would be strength, not agility, I would assume, actually, for damage.
Still hitting him with the weapon, though. You get that bonus damage.
Yep. The bonus damage does it. I would have done 3 without the magic damage.
So how many in total? 4?
4.
Clang.
He looks up and just lights out. And his eyes close and he falls backward and crumples. And they notice that you don't kill him, which is good. I will note that you now have earned some respect for the Leshy that work here. There's a name for them. Just mark that you've earned respect for them.
For them or from them?
For them, respect for them, like you from them. It's a number. You get X amount of respect towards that group. Not like earn their respect, but like the mechanic. And one of them comes out and the gates open and they're like, enough. He yields in his unconscious state. Oliver, you are a much better duelist than I expected. We would like to honor you with he is no longer going to be a guardian for this place. We will pass that lineage on to somebody else. But in gaining our honor, we will be happy to allow you all to pass through, including your friend Voss. And he looks like to the other Leshy who have kind of been back-talking him. And he points to 2 others, and they drag Cataris into here, and they put him into the pool of water. He says, you're welcome to pass through here at any time that you wish. You have gained access and friendship with us as long as you do not betray that, Oliver.
Of course.
Boss, I cannot allow you to pass through here unless Oliver is here. Unless Calliope gives us word otherwise, he is considered the person who would like to escort you through here. Is that fair?
I mean, yeah, I'm fine with that, unless there's an emergency. And I reach down and I pick up the glass coins that I've gotten and mine again. I'm like, unless one of these might buy me passage through.
Down.
And I put them in my pocket.
There's a little bit of dishonor amongst some of the Leshy here. You know the rules. And they all like wander away.
No, mate. It wasn't dishonor. It was all fun and games. We do it all the time.
Exactly. You do it all the time. We do not. But you're welcome to keep it. You have rightfully earned it.
No. And I'll put them back down on the floor and like slide them under the grate. I'm like, no. I don't want no disrespect on these peeps or on me.
No,
it's not what I'm here for.
It was their decision, not yours. And he picks them up and hands them to you. There's 10.
All right. 10? Okay.
These are coins of the summer court. You're welcome to use them. They each carry a small essence of summer within them. They are yours to spend at any point in time that you wish. Obviously, in your world, they are not worth as much, but here they are worth trade. They're equivalent to like 10 gold, but within the summer court. You are welcome to
copy that.
All the gates open. Doom, 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 doom. Men, let them through. If you
Oh God, he got me good though. Nora,
some parting words with Calliope before you leave. I would love to speak with him. I did not get a chance to.
Yeah, we can set that up. Hang on one second. Nora, can you
I got
help?
it.
Thanks.
I got it.
Heal him if you wish.
Oh, I mean, if you can, Gov, that'd be wonderful. I'd be happy to pay for the service.
Oliver, do you accept the gift of being healed?
I do. Yep.
Just step into the pool over here.
And Oliver will like
Walk over. The mushrooms grow over your wounds and almost like sealing the areas in. They heal you for 22 points over the next 2 minutes.
Sweet.
And it just kind of grows, and once it's healed, it'll fall off. You're welcome to use our mycelia baths whenever you need them. I don't know how often you can make yourself our size. And unfortunately for your large mechanical friend there. I don't know if they'll work for him, but everybody else is welcome to it.
That's handy, that.
Feel
Excellent.
free to go in. This will take you into the basement. There is a few bricks that Calliope had dug out to gain access into the real world. I will warn you, the home is not safe. The Everston Estate is quite haunted.
We'll do our best
Right.
to rectify that.
Yeah, that's why we're here, mate. It's to
We're hoping
bring
to
everything
remedy
back
that.
right.
Shocks me every time.
It is very echoey. You could go through the door and exit, or if you wish to go back to recoup, if any of you are injured or anything. I don't think any of us harmed you. But I will warn you, once you enter the basement, you are going to be dealing with some spirits and possibly Spriggan that have taken up place around the furnace. You may not wish to be down there unless you are in tip-top shape.
Might be worth a rest here then.
I'd say
What y'all
so.
think?
We'll exit back out. Calliope has agreed. If you give me time, I can talk to her, telling her to give you access to here whenever you need it. I would need to speak to her, though.
I
You
looked,
like
at,
hand out for the cat's paw.
I looked at Everston. It's like it's his. To me, it's his property. I mean,
Yeah.
May I?
But I had handed it off to Master
Oliver?
Hastings.
Oliver
Or
gives us
you probably still have it.
Oliver gives a sidelong glance to Everston as though looking for his approval.
Everston will nod.
He'll produce the cat's paw.
So he speaks to her for a few moments and says, Calliope is willing to forgive any transgressions that may have happened. She understands that the speech between you two is not the best. And she will assist you if you are really looking to help the Everston Estate. She does ask that Loretta is not harmed. No matter what. That is the only thing she asks for.
I mean,
Then that's what we'll do.
Do we have an agreement overall between everyone that she will not be harmed? If so, she will help you each grant access at any time that you need to go through her network or tunnels.
Is she able to speak to Loretta at all?
I would believe she would be. They're both elven and they are blood related.
I mean, if she can give us assistance, look, I mean, I'm not just going to stand there if she's beating on one of us and not do anything, but, I mean, we won't try to cause outright harm to her, but we will defend ourselves.
Try to help, but the state that she saw Loretta in last, she has definitely taken up more of a ownership to the home than she used to. I would be leery approaching her without proper way to speak to her. The Everston Estate is not safe. It is why we're not in there. Each one of us worked for the Everstons at some point in time. We weren't always Leshy. Thanks to Calliope, she was able to bring us back here and through some of her fatal-like magics, rejuvenate us and resurrect us into another body. This was until, I'm guessing, she was caught.
That's unfortunate.
It is unfortunate. But, I mean, yes, as it stands, yeah, we will bring no harm to her.
Then we have an agreement. I will let her know. And he says something, holding the paw again, and he hands it back to Everston, since you said that it was Everston's. Mr. Everston, am I right to assume that you are blood related of some form to the estate?
I am the last heir.
I see. Do you remember your first name? Did I work with you or know you?
There's a bit of a pause.
Not yet. I don't remember.
If you do remember, come back to us. There were a few Everstons that were not bad apples, that were not rotten to the core. They used to be fairly generous, and they helped rebuild Merrifield into, I shouldn't say rebuild, built Merrifield into something quite amazing. And then things changed. Right around a little after the Sundering, there was some darkness in the estate. A new marriage, and within that marriage, some bad blood was spilled. And since then, nothing's been quite right. Just be careful, like I said, when you're in there. And if you do remember your name, Everston, we would be happy to help you with any memories we may have. Most of us are connected, and we remember everything as a group because our reincarnation makes some of our past a little spotty. But I would be happy to help.
I appreciate it. I will take you up on that.
Good. And I'm glad we can part on better terms than we did meeting. I wish you the best, and good luck on your journey, whichever way you wish to go. Now, with that said, as we get beginning to wrap up for the night, which way are you guys going to go? Are you actually going to go into the estate at this point? And we're going to pause it into the basement of the estate? Or does the group want to go back? Do they want to do more research during the 2-week downtime? There's no rush, per se. There's no clock ticking on opening the Everston Estate.
Nora and myself as a player, I'm fine with like resting for the day, but if we're going to find a place to house the influx of new residents, I feel like we need to get the Everston estate sorted out somehow. Either we get it unhaunted and we take care of the issues that's plaguing it, or we find out that it's beyond our ability right now and we can start making contingency plans.
So at the very least, we are entering the Everston Estate next time.
Yep.
That's what I mean, if anyone else disagrees, I'm cool with it, but
so
I mean, I have 1 spell out of 3 left.
Rest.
So
well, yeah, that's why I said like I'm okay with resting for the night, but I don't
Oh, okay.
I don't want to. I don't want to be like, okay, we're gonna come back in 2 weeks. Like rest for the night.
No downtime. I feel like we pick up the next day when we come back.
So over here, there's an area that has cots and bunks set up. They said you're welcome to rest there if you like. They tell you that these stairs go into the basement, and then this door here would lead to what was Calliope's private sanctum to sleep. She could. At one point in time, she could shift from being a cat back to her elven state, and she would rest here. Unfortunately, I do not have a key to that door, and I would hope you would entrust in us that you should stay out of there until you have the key either. We do not understand the lengths of her magic that protect that place, but I know when we looked through into that room, she was the size of a normal human, almost like looking through a keyhole for us. I would recommend not going through there unless you are prepared and have a key yourselves. Forced entry may not be safe. The house is haunted after all.
Understood.
So they'll let you rest for the night, and I'm going to give the opening scene, the beginning of it, for the next show. Because we're going to do that, I will tell you in character or out of character that the time in the estate passes very differently until the haunt is taken care of. Being in there can be very dangerous, just on the aspect that some rooms time travels faster than others. Just get your hats on and be ready before you do anything when you're in there. Fettering, I promise you there's going to be spirits you're going to have to deal with. So I don't know if you want to leave here to go out and gather supplies after your night of rest and then come in, like grabbing your salts, getting more relics from the ship, that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Be ready.
Yep.
And if that's the case, I'll assume you come back with all of that. We can discuss what you take off the ship in downtime. There's no reason to do that now. When you wind down the stairs, it is dark. And it goes down, and then there's a flat platform, and it starts to go up. And you go up a spiral staircase, and you slowly begin to feel yourself increase in size. You pass a bunch of elven runes on an archway, and as soon as you pass through this small threshold, you come out underneath a spiral, like basically the column in a spiral staircase. You come out of one of the bricks, and you become full size within a matter of moments walking up the steps. That area is marked in elven runes. You do know how to get back in. It is a good escape strategy out of the house. Coming with all your gear, and if you decide you're bringing somebody else with you, I don't think you would, short of bringing Jin with you. I don't think you're bringing Terry. I mean, you could, I guess.
No.
Won't survive.
No.
Harry must be preserved.
You come up into an old, like big wooden slat door with cast iron holders on it, like a basement door into a cellar. On the other side, you can hear people chanting. They are speaking in a different language. The door is very warm. And you hear people almost partying. Do you want to open the door before our next session?
I prefer not to, because I would like to
No.
look at the gear and see if
It
I'm
would help
missing
you
anything.
prepare.
Maybe someone who's not me, because the last time I opened something, I got wrecked.
My perception is not great, so it's not going to be me.
Oh God damn it! Oliver goes and opens the
Open
door.
the first door, Everston, into your estate.
I suppose so.
Oh, yeah, Oliver's like, I'm gonna go open it. And ever since, like, excuse me, this is my house.
Yeah.
Oh.
I saw the robot head. I saw it look up. He was thinking about it.
So which one of you two are opening it?
Yeah.
So we are going to move into the part of Ethauntia that is like in my top two things, which is all of the dark fae aspects of Ethauntia. I apologize in advance. I am so sorry. As the door
Fucking dunters.
As the door opens, there's one of those big octopus furnaces. If you've never seen one in real life, they're cast iron, floor to ceiling, numerous pipes going out throughout the house to heat it. And out front of it, there is a cooking spit that comes out of the furnace. Right now on it, there is something strapped to it, wrapped up. And as they turn it, you can see faces on it that are screaming as they turn the cooking crank, as they shove it back into the furnace, as two Spriggans are cooking people inside of the furnace. Just the faces. The screams are hollow and vacant, like they're cooking the spirits out of them. And they pull it back out like a shish kebab, 10 heads in a row. Turn it a couple times, they slather it in another sauce, and they slide it back in. And when one of them looks at the other and says something, and he taps him on the nose, his big old bulbous nose, and turns and goes, pointing at you guys. The one turns and looks. Everston, he is within arm's reach of you.
Just grab him and throw him.
Tonight's game. So
Just grab him and throw him. He's going to be your improvised weapon for next session.
this room has
Oh God.
this room that you can see has 6 Spriggans in it. Table, chairs, mugs, barrels in the wine cellar that they brought in, places in disarray. The ceiling is tall enough for Everston here because this is a big wine cellar where they would like come down and probably through the doors have an area where everyone would eat and dine. So this is a large area. I will tell you, I have the entire layout for this estate. I've had it since episode 1. I apologize right now. There are some tight fit areas, but we're going to end there for the night. Thank you for everyone who's watched. It's been awesome to be back and playing. That was a long break with that first and third week thing. This Friday, I will hold the town hall meeting with everyone who wants to show up and play more Merrifield cards. We will build out the beginning of Merrifield. I'll have this group by Friday pick downtime actions that will happen over the next 2 weeks. They may not be in here for 2 weeks, but we will still have that part happen to set things in motion. On top of that, thank you to Norse Foundry, to Jason Bowman, and all the other people who are sponsoring the stream to make this fun for us to play. And I apologize. You guys gave us the Joss Whedon episode. You gave us a nice, fun, lighthearted comedy episode. And I apologize for the horribleness that is about to ensue.
That's not a sincere apology.
Yeah,
Never
at
sorry,
all.
dude. Like,
You're never sorry.
You said we probably won't be in here for 2 weeks.
Oh, I told you time travel is different, so have fun with that shit.
Probably.
Oh God.
So we're gonna do this again. We're gonna see Oliver. Do you remember what the sign out is?
Yeah. And remember,
Do you
the
actually remember?
tides will come for you.
That's right, everybody. The tides will come for you. We'll see you in 2 weeks, and there'll be a new side quest up next Tuesday. If you've missed any of those, YouTube links below, and we have a Discord now. If you watch the show, join the Discord so we can talk with you, and people like Sunburst over here can show off the mouse pad since she's the first one to get one out of all of us. I work for the company, and I don't even have mine yet. And we'll play games together, and I'll see you all on Friday. Bye, everybody. Thanks for joining.
Bye.
Bye, everyone.
Bye.
Bye, everybody.